Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por Service Latinos. I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you here on this fine morning. Good morning, all you wee lads and lasses. Welcome on this fine St. Patrick's Day. I have no Scottish accent in me. I apologize to all those who, even my ancestors, who I might have just offended with that attempt. But good morning to y'all. Good morning. Wonderful to be here. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's a day of green. Not a day of greeners, just a day of green. It's important we have a distinction there. Don't want it to go to his head. But anyway, good morning to you. Wow, the Corey Richens case is over. Can you believe it? Wow. If you missed it, we won't spoil it for you, but she's guilty on all 5 charges. Oops. Sorry. I tried. It's just so difficult not to share. Francis Fitzgerald, thank you very much. You're first in chat today. Congratulations. For your promptness, we are going to punish you by sentencing you to internet ownership. Everything on Purely to Worldwide, it's your responsibility. Thank you very much for that. And let's see. Aishudan, welcome to the gallery. Welcome to the gallery. A little LSU love there on the logo. We'll allow it. I'll allow it. Thank you. And Shelly Small says St. Patty's Day. It definitely is. It's St. Patrick's Day. What are you guys doing to celebrate today? I am curious. Is it? And I'm willing to bet. Like if we did a poll right now, let's. Matter of fact, I have this YouTube console where I can actually make polls happen. So let's put it to work. I have a special question for you. If I can spell everything right. Okay. I worded it carefully. I did not put beverage on here because everyone would say yes. But specifically, does your St. Patrick's celebration involve food? Is my question. Do you make like a special cupcake with green frosting, or green pancakes, or green eggs and ham, or anything else for St. Patrick's Day? I'm curious. Or maybe all you do is just wear something green. I'm just asking. I'm just curious. That's all. All right. Amanda, I'm so sorry. Rheumatoid arthritis. I think I said that wrong. Flare-ups. I'm watching in bed. Well, maybe I could go live from bed. No, never mind. I had an idea, but it was an intrusive thought, and we won't do that anymore. Let's see. What's your next case? Do we have one? Well, we're doing some court hopping today as we get set for another case. I don't want to spoil this, but believe it or not, I'm not in control of the cases. I'm not in control of when different cases go to trial. I wish I was, because I would schedule things just back to back to back, and we would never have a break, and we'd always have good cases. But we sort of have to pick and choose and look around a little bit. Does birthday cake count? It's my son's birthday. Yes, of course. It's my sister's birthday today. Had my corned beef and cabbage on Sunday. We don't celebrate St. Patty's in Germany, but I will add pesto to my pasta. That's awesome. Let's see. Speaking of intense, yes, you should have been in the courtroom. About gave me a heart attack. I can imagine. That's intense. This guy was on SDS last night. Oh wow, Surviving the Survivor. That's a cool. I was wondering if she was going to appear. Let's see. It's gone to my head, says Greeners, of course. I miss Greeners super chat. It was sort of like an intentional overlook. Greeners, kiss me. Just kiss me. No, I'm Irish. Just a flat out kiss me. But Greeners, love the logo upgrade for today only. All green. Clearly a screenshot or a selfie of what you're actually wearing today. I imagine you had top hat and all. So thank you very much, Greeners, for your support and your celebration today. Welcome. Speaking of celebration, we have to celebrate a couple birthdays because there are a lot of them. So, Josh, thank you very much for getting these in order. Do you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to turn on the seats. Why did you guys remind me? I forgot to turn on the seats. Okay, well, we'll get those up and running here in just a second, which will also enable some of the commands, which are back on as we are now done with... Oh, never mind. We have to update. I swear, like 3 times a week we have to update this. It should work better than it does. I realize I only pay $5 a month for this, but it should work better than it does for how many times we have to update this. Okay.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Good morning, Laura. Welcome. Was that you? Oh, that was Teresa. Teresa played Laura's favorite command. Ran into an error playing audio. Nice. Which one was that? Make sure the audio exists. Now it's turned off. Now it's reloading. Wait for it. It's updating right now. It's verifying the download. Installing. Running. Telling me I should use Morgan Freeman voices. Don't need those. All right, now we're up. Everything's up and running, hopefully. So we should be good now. Where did my chat go?
Happy birthday. You look good.
Who took chat? There we go. Pump out chat. Good morning, Judge Fleischer. Welcome. Send a new list. Grab the latest one, says Josh. There have been some updates. You have to accept the end user license agreement. I try to bypass that whenever possible. I think this is the new list, Josh. We're gonna go with this one. And this is definitely a 2-verser. Possibly can break it into 2 lines. Might be a 3-verser. But it's St. Paddy's Day, and it's also these wonderful people's birthday. So please, wherever you are, stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Oh, I barely got that one. The high note was a bit sour. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Craig, Crystal, Gertie, Jeff G, Joyce, Carrie, and Megan. Happy birthday to you. All of you want to be Irish. Something about St. Paddy's Day and being born. This is a big list. Now we've got Melanie O, Mrs. Keg, Nebraska Panhandler, Nicholas Sue, and TTU Gator. That's going to be a mouthful. A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Melanie O, Mrs. Keg, Nebraska Panhandler, Nicholas Sue, and TTU Gator. Happy birthday to you. There we go. First try, both verses. Craig, Crystal, Gertie, Jeff G, Joyce, Corey, Megan O, Mrs. Keg, Nebraska Panhandler, Nicholas Sue, and TTU Gator. Happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day just a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Whew, not bad. And happy birthday, Chris, as well. Big shout out. Gotta go to my sister. All right, there we go. Happy birthday. As the dancers are doing their thing, the celebration continues. Yay, happy birthday to everybody. For those that are new here, this is how we begin every day. There's always somebody with a birthday to celebrate, or at least there has been for the last, 2+ years. And the list just keeps growing. But there was no better way to start the day than singing happy birthday to someone. I honestly believe that. It just gets everyone in the mood to just be happy and all that. Drum solo. Beautiful. Thank you very much for helping celebrate the birthdays this morning so they can all celebrate and begin their celebration. Happy birthday to my sister. Yes. And I know it's her birthday because it's mine next week. We're like a week apart, not like in age, but just that's when our birthdays fall. So, all right. Watch the shoulder. Yeah, I'm taking it easy. I think my shoulder is getting better. My thumb's getting worse. It still feels like I hit it with the hammer, which I did not. My wife even questioned. She's like, well, you were hammering. Are you sure you didn't hit it with the hammer? I didn't, but it just feels like I did. But I'll take the thumb hurting like it feels like I hit it with a hammer over the pain that I had in my shoulder previously. So this is an improvement. All right, we have a couple court dates, not really court dates, but we have a couple courts to go visit. For those of you who have been with us only while we watched a big court case, have I got news for you. Guess what? Every state in the nation, in every state, in cities across all these states, there are little courthouses with judges hearing very interesting, sometimes hilarious and sometimes sad cases every day of the week. Every day of the week, except for Saturday and Sunday. Usually they take those off, and holidays and all that. But with those exceptions, they're always happening, and we just don't know about it. And some of them fly under the radar, and some of them are just so normal, like it's just a speeding ticket, or it's simple possession, or maybe there was a rough night out at the bar and maybe someone pushed somebody and there's an assault charge. Some of the cases are like that, and some of them are just wild. We live for the wild ones, but we don't know where they are until we watch them and find them. So we are going to do some court hopping. We have some of our favorite judges from around the country who live stream their everyday court appearances, which whatever happens, it just makes it onto the YouTube. And we're going to start, I think, with Judge Middleton. We like Judge Middleton because he's got a great ponytail, for starters. He's second only to he's third. He's behind Peter Tragos and Ian Runkle as far as the greatest hair in LawTube. But he's a judge, so we're going to give him extra points for that. So we're going to go up to, if I use the right controller. There we go. Why are none of my controllers working? There we go. We're going to go up to...
Good morning.
Up to Judge Middleton. Good morning, Judge. How are you doing? Power. Hang on. Well, it helps if I don't push that button and then start you all the way over. Judge Jeffrey Middleton. Okay, we're going to try that one more time. I hit the wrong button. I got a little excited. He said we have power. I used all the power and got rid of him, which was not my intent. So let's try that again.
That was set for Monday. So I did come in and
back up. There we go. Okay, now you guys can see. Good morning, Judge Middleton. How are you doing? Hope you had a great day. Apparently you have power. You're going to tell us about that in just a second, which some people don't. We have the We Have Power soundbite. Grabbing it now. I had to back up too far.
Good morning. There it is. We have power. We have electricity this morning. So I mentioned yesterday as I drove in about 10 after 7, I saw the transformers blow east of Centerville.
Ooh. And
the power was out through the whole town, including the courthouse, for most of the morning yesterday. So we started at noon, and then we have to reschedule everything that was set for Monday. So I did come in and try to call the parties that were supposed to be here on my cell phone. So today we're back to full-blown winter. It's about 16 degrees, the wind's blowing, several inches of snow on the ground, everything's white, and it's a bunch of yuck. So happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Yeah, there we go.
It's not much of a thing here. My wife did make cookies for the staff.
Judge, do you have a song later for us?
Tuesdays are generally our busiest day. We're going to have a very busy day today. We've got a lot of arraignments. A lot of the people owe the court money. In fact, almost everybody owes the court money.
Yeah, cha-ching.
And we have pre-exam conferences. Josh Robert is going to be with us for a couple more weeks till he transitions to the front of the court hearing officer. Then we have sobriety court this afternoon, and everybody seems to be on top of it.
That's good news. No song lyric for today, Judge? Maybe something to guess.
This might be the easiest first line.
Oh, here we go.
Since the title's in the first line, but as I said, these all have one thing in common. They're just songs I like. You might not, but I think you'd like to listen to this one. It makes you move in the driver's seat or otherwise.
Like speeding?
Had this for a while, debating on whether to use it.
I can't drive 65.
Anyway, good is good. I'm so tired of being alone. I'm so tired on my own. Won't you help me, girl, just as soon as you can?
Help me.
People say that I found a way to make you say that you love me.
Which one is it? Who knows the song? I didn't pre-listen to this. I don't know.
Yesterday's song was Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. I've been thinking about that one. Just came to me in the night before. Thought that would be a good song. It's got an interesting story concept. Yes, it's cold everywhere except Melbourne. Northern Michigan got a really bad ice storms and snow. Don't know how it is in Oregon, other than it's real early in the morning. People say that I found a way to make you say that you love me.
Sing it, Judge.
Do I ever not accept plea offers? I guess the court does have some inherent authority, but we always assume the prosecutor knows more about the case than we do. And so very rarely does that happen here. Well, there's no power in Manton. Sorry to hear that. Because it's cold. As I said, a lot of people today owe us money. Almost everybody.
What are we going to do with all that money, Judge? Go on, take the money and run.
Snowed in Alabama. I thought stars fell on Alabama.
Does nobody getting the song in his chat?
Manta Ray. If you're related to Stingray Tom. Stingray Tom sent me some really cool old pictures from Mackinac Island. And I've taken in between 1908 and 1912 by his grandfather. You know, there were not a lot of private cameras on Mackinac Island in 1908. Anyway, I sent them to the Mackinac Island Historical Commission. They were really happy to get them. I saw the transformer blow outside of Centerville. Yes.
I'd love to
Saw
sit
the
down
lights
with
go out on Broadway.
Judge Middleton once he's off the bench, when he retires.
Jail count today is 84. One or two people got arrested last night. Maybe the weather was too bad to get arrested.
Crime tip: bad weather, low chance of arrest. That's interesting. I bet we could talk to the judge. I would love to get him on the show and just pick his brain and say, what's he taking away when he's done? What's his favorite memories? What's his favorite thing? What's the hardest thing he's done? Just the recommendations to someone who might want to be, not just
They
into
didn't
the
use
legal.
grand juries much in Michigan. It's more of a federal thing. Michigan does have a grand jury. When I was prosecutor once, I used a citizen's grand jury to investigate a 16-year-old murder case.
Ooh, there's a story.
And it was very helpful.
He's talking to you YouTube chat on his YouTube channel.
I
We're
do
just
not
listening
think
in.
the blackboard is going to make it to the next court. Good morning, Mr. George.
Judge Middleton leaves the chat on just an
Do
early
you have
morning,
PECs too this morning?
and then he turns chat off on his
Okay.
channel, and he focuses on court. So this is just the moment that he's talking to chat.
All right, well, it looks like it's time to start. Thank you all for saying good morning, but I need to turn this off when we actually get to work.
All right. Judge, thanks for getting us kicked off on this St. Patrick's Day morning. I know you've got a busy
And
day.
it's time to go to work. As I said, we have a lot of cases today, although the weather's not the greatest.
Yeah. We might check in with you here in just a little bit and see how things are going. But
So tired of being alone. I'm so tired on my own. That song will brighten your day. A little shared moment of humanity. All right.
all right.
Chat shut off.
All right.
I'll
Thank you,
shut
Judge.
up and wait for our customers.
All right. While he does that, we're going to jump down to Judge Dad, who is starting off a busy day himself.
Oh, yeah.
26W 841592. Your name, sir? How you doing today? All right, you're going to plead to impeding traffic, right? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to plead to impeding traffic?
Yeah.
That's 0 points, okay? It says no injuries, minor damage to that charge. Responsible or not responsible? To impeding traffic.
What?
No, do you plead responsible? Do you admit that you were impeding traffic? No? You don't? That's okay. I'll start again. So they charged you with improper lane use causing an accident. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
Wait, slow down. Now they wrote this up where you're going to plead to impeding traffic, which is 0 points. It won't go on your record. You want to plead to that?
Yeah.
To that charge of impeding traffic? Do you plead responsible?
well, I don't want those points.
All right, I'll accept the plea. 195 is your total.
He's like, well,
Okay,
they
you can
didn't
go
do
down the
that.
hall and pay that, and you're all set. Best of luck.
All the way down.
Cash, you're into the hall. Thank you.
Cha-ching. Let's count up the money they get
I'm
on
gonna
St.
need
Patty's
Beth
Day.
on this.
195 so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge Dad's courtroom's filling up. Looks like he's got a full cast of characters present. Picking the order, looking at a couple of cases. Evangeline Light, it was wonderful to be able to get a verdict last night. I'm surprised it came
People
in.
against Heather Timmons, Heather Marie Timmons, 4T642857A. Do I have an appearance from you, Mr. Zelnick?
You should, because they adjourned the previous hearing because I was out of the country.
Okay,
Thank
Heather,
you very
can you
much.
tell me, just make sure that we do?
Judge, I do. It's up here on my desk.
Okay, good enough. Your appearance?
Deborah Zelenak for the defendant. Ma'am, please give your name.
Heather Timmons.
All right, so I've called in probation. They'll be here momentarily. I have a show cause that she pled not guilty to, or I entered a not guilty plea to failure to refrain from violating a law, being convicted of drug paraphernalia possession through the 27th on December 10th. And then I have another one here that alleges she failed to refrain from consuming alcohol or drugs, testing positive for alcohol on March the 9th. and she indicated in a form, she admitted that she consumed alcohol or drank a pint of vodka on March 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Pint?
So I have two
Pint of
show
vodka?
causes here, two different ones. So this one is dated March the 10th, and that is the use of alcohol. So she never showed up on the March the 3rd, it looks like, right?
They adjourned that date.
Okay, well, let me just check something here.
They adjourned it after she didn't
In
show
the
up.
interim, we've got in place the mental health board copy and one. That's the intervening factor.
Heather, did
Yes,
Mr.
Judge.
Zelnick file his appearance before or after March 3rd?
I believe it was. Let me look, Judge, because there was a little confusion on when I got it.
That's fine.
It was, I believe, right around that date.
We lose her at the first
Okay.
of the year.
So good enough. I don't know what happened, but she wasn't here March 3rd, and I did issue a bench warrant, but maybe that crossed with your.
Judge, I have it right here. It was March 2nd we put it in.
Okay, so no problem. So I've got two show causes to deal with. One is the show cause of January 20, for failure to refrain from violating the law, and the additional one is from the show cause of March the 10th for failure to refrain from consuming alcohol. So how is she going to proceed on these?
Your Honor, she's going to enter a plea to both probation violations, and I have been in correspondence with your probation department to indicate that she's been accepted into the mental health court in Wyandotte in her sentence. It was April 8th. We asked the court to consider postponing sentence until she's admitted into the program, unless probation has a better idea today.
Ms. Wilds, your name?
Elizabeth Wasserich, Your Honor.
Do you want to plead guilty to these charges, ma'am?
Yes.
If you plead guilty to the charge of violating the law, being convicted of drug paraphernalia, that is a non-technical violation. You could have your probation revoked, and you could get 93 days on that. If you plead on the no alcohol charge, then you could get, since you have one prior technical violation, you could get 10 days on that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're presumed innocent. You have the right to a hearing. For the hearing, you have the right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights on the advice of rights that I just covered with you, and there will be no hearing. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. Any questions before I ask you how you plead? All right. To the charge that you were convicted of possession of drug paraphernalia out of Wyandotte on December 10 of 25. How do you plead?
Yes.
Were you convicted of drug paraphernalia on December 10 of 25?
Yes.
And you were on probation to this court when that offense occurred, correct?
Yes.
And to the charge that you consumed alcohol and were positive for alcohol at DNA on March the 9th, how do you plead?
Yes.
Did you consume alcohol, say, within the 3 days preceding that?
3 days prior, you could see alcohol within 3 days prior to taking the test. Close to that?
It was close, yeah.
All right. Anybody force you to plead guilty?
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second here. There's all kinds of paperwork. All right. I'll accept your plea. Failure to refrain from consuming alcohol, testing positive March the 9th. I'll accept your plea to possession of to violating a law, being convicted of possession of drug paraphernalia out of Wyandotte on December 10th of 25. All right. Give me a second here. All right. Anything that you would like to say?
Your Honor, I haven't heard what the current probation recommendation is, but I believe they welcome her admission into the treatment court, mental health court in 27th District Court, and you're going to impose any more serious sanctions, we'd ask the court to pass on that date, adjourn it pending for admission.
The only problem is here, we're coming to the end. I can't really send her to the mental health treatment court.
No, she's in there already. She's on the drug charge and we got her admitted into the court.
No, I get it, but I'm not gonna,
Or assess penalties today, but I'd ask you not to look for incarceration, perhaps other punishment, because she's going in that program. She's done very well meeting with the group already, and I think this is clearly where her issues been over the years leading to this collapse. I mean, there's a serious mental health issue here.
no, I believe you, but the problem is I'm coming to the, well, I mean, I guess I've got until I sentenced her on November 7th, so I have until November 7th of this year. But I'm not excited about her violations. What did she do and not do, Ms. Wiles?
Yes, the violations that you see are the outstanding issues. Ms. Timmons was actually fairly compliant on probation. We did have a violation prior for alcohol consumption. After that, she did really well. She's engaged in treatment at the guidance center. Outside of this testing and this conviction, she was sober on her testing. The admit form from March 9th, my concern is what she admitted to was drinking on the 5th of March, the 6th of March, the 7th of March, and the 8th of March, a pint of alcohol each day.
Right.
So I'm very concerned, and obviously mental health court is a great positive thing, but I was gonna bring up, we are limited if anything would run concurrent over there or at the same time. Ms. Timmons does show for her appointments, she communicates well with me, but I think she has a severe alcohol problem that again, may be co-occurring with mental.
What about relapse prevention? What about something like that?
She's engaged in actual treatment right now at the guidance center.
Okay.
Yeah, with Alex.
Okay. How often is she testing right now?
At this point, we had her on weekly, Your Honor. I think we from her last violation, and I think I bumped her down. I want to make sure that we have her on, I think, monthly at this point in time.
Have her what?
On monthly at this point in time. She complied. We reduced her. She was weekly down to twice monthly, and then down to monthly at this point.
How often is she testing in?
All 30 tests on my.
Why not?
They haven't told me yet. I would assume it would be after my sentencing.
Is she on a sober link or anything?
No, Your Honor. Judge, clearly monthly doesn't work when
Right, I know.
slam a pint down.
Oh.
You're being upfront, you admitted it, and there's no correlating to what happened. Just, I suggest you say nothing else. Because you can't, no matter what the pain is of the rest of your life, you can't drink to assuage the pain.
Assuage. Great word from the defense attorney, advice to his clients, sort of an open court. And then he smiles at his usage of the word. The judge knows that she's got a serious problem, but he's looking to craft the penalties that are the most effective for her to give her the chance she needs.
Where does she work at?
To recover.
Sure.
Where do you work?
I'm unemployed. I'm on SSI.
So
got it, Josh. Thank you.
this troubles me. What kind of drug paraphernalia was it?
It was a Red Bull.
Well, shit.
I roll it at glass. Without prescription.
No, I have to.
Why, you didn't have it prescribed too. It was
Right.
not in a box.
He had a prescription. He just
It's a
had
minor
loose
case.
pills.
I believe they're taking it under the public health code. But irrespective of that, she pled guilty before I represented her. And all the pieces together.
All right, here's what we're doing. I'm gonna go light on the cost. I'm gonna charge you $25, which are to test bi-weekly going forward. You're to serve 1 day on the court work program, and you're to pay $35 for that. You're to serve 8 hours of community service by April the 30th. You're to be on a sober link by the end of the day for 60 days. You're going to have to pay for it. You listen to me very carefully. I just assessed costs that were very, very, very nominal because I understand, but either that or I'm going to have to send you to jail today. You don't want that, right? SoberLink for 60 days by end of day, 8 hours community service by April 30. Continue your treatment at the guidance center. Test bi-weekly, serve 1 day on the court work program, and pay $35 for that. Did I miss anything?
It's a lot of
No,
stuff,
Your
but it's a
Honor.
light sentence.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right.
Just understand the price of sober links could end up being a lot cheaper than
I got to make sure, one thing, Miss Wilds, when is her probation supposed to be up? I gave her 18
July
months.
7 of 26 is what I have for 18 months from the November date of 24 with the sentence.
I'll let it go at that, but any more violations, you have a big problem with me. I don't care when you pay the $25. You can set that up with her, okay? Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Man.
All right. We're gonna pause there for just a second with Judge Dad. We're gonna jump to Royal Oaks. Hang on. I am Super T. 109 days smoke free, and it still ain't easy. Hey, but you've made it 109 days. That is awesome. Congratulations, Super T. We're all celebrating with you. Great milestone. Royal Oaks, the traffic court of Royal Oaks. Let's give this a listen. Oops, sorry, we're going to 7, right? 8.
Your screen name is iPhone. What is your name, please?
That's my real name.
Ramon Walker.
Do you have a camera? My parents named me
Ticket
iPhone.
is 26 RO00059. You were cited for speeding. The ticket was issued on the 4th of January, about midnight, in the area of Royal Oak, Main Street, and Euclid. The ticket was issued at 30 and a 25. You've got 3 options this morning. You can admit responsibility, or you can deny responsibility, or you can admit responsibility with an explanation.
That one sounds fun.
How do you wish to proceed?
With an explanation.
Are you admitting responsibility with an explanation?
Yes.
Okay, what is the explanation, please?
I really didn't know I was going 5 over. And sometimes I had just had
You weren't
spine
going
surgery.
5 over, you were going 14 over, and the officer wrote you for 5 over.
Ooh, didn't know
But
that
I
either.
asked her how fast was I going. She said she didn't know. She just said that she seen a car coming towards that
Mr.
way.
Walker, Mr. Walker, the police officer that stopped you knew how fast you were moving. She measured the speed of your vehicle with radar. She's not going to write somebody a ticket for speeding and not know how fast they were going.
Now, what happened is, Your Honor, it was like a couple of cars riding with us that night.
You've admitted responsibility for speeding. I believe rightly admitted. The fine on that is $130, which can be paid online or by mail or at the courthouse counter, whatever works for you.
Okay. Can I have time to pay, sir?
What kind of time do you need, sir?
Well, right now I'm not working because I just had spine surgery, so I'm waiting on my disability. So whatever time you can give me, Your Honor.
You can call 30 days to pay.
All right.
Okay. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Did I start at the right time, Josh?
Did you get that other file?
My YouTube player showed that this, Josh, that this
Hello?
video
Okay,
lasted
we've got your back, Mr.
1
Rawi.
second longer.
Okay.
Okay, your ticket is 26 Row 00334. Ticket was issued on January 17th, about 10 o'clock in the evening, in the area of Royal Oak near Stevenson Highway and 11 Mile Road. You were cited for impeding instead of being ticketed for making a prohibited turn on a red light. Impeding doesn't carry points. The prohibited turn would carry Secretary of State points. So the officer exercised her discretion in your favor at the scene and gave you a ticket for impeding instead of the prohibited turn. You can accept the break the officer gave you at the scene, or you can deny responsibility and there'll be a hearing. How do you wish to proceed?
I want to, yes, I did make this mistake, so I do take responsibility, but I would like to ask for a hearing, I guess.
I'm responsible.
You scheduled the hearing. We're here for the hearing.
Okay. See, Your Honor.
But if you have a hearing and the hearing, if the proofs at the hearing show that you made an illegal turn, the ticket can be amended to the turn, and that would carry Secretary of State points. And instead of that, the officer gave you a break and cited you for impeding, which does not carry Secretary of State points. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I haven't heard yet, except from you.
You admit
so
it.
do you want the hearing or not?
Yes, I want the hearing.
All right, Officer
You
Link.
did it, but you're denying responsibility for what you've done. Okay, if you'd raise your right hands, please.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ekwan, we need you to turn on your camera, please, so we can see you when you're testifying.
Okay, let me
The
see.
officer will testify first. Officer Lynn?
It says that you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Yes, I have that as well.
Do you? Oh, let me see what I can find out.
Zoom is hard.
Tools.
Maybe call tech support.
I have hidden profile pictures. I've enabled a waiting room.
Have you disabled?
Well, let's see if that makes a difference. Start video.
Okay.
Bing, bing. There we go. There we go.
Okay. So,
Officer Link.
Officer Link.
Here on the listed date and time, I was observing the intersection of 12 Mile and Stevenson Highway, 4 vehicles that were disobeying the posted no turn on red. I observed the vehicle stop behind the stop bar, then proceed through with a right-hand turn on the posted no turn on red.
Now you're busted.
And it stopped at the red light and then made the prohibited right turn.
Yes.
Mr. Akrawi, it's your turn, sir.
Yes. Your Honor, yeah, that is very true. I was coming off the highway and making sure that there's no cars are on my right side.
He's talking himself into points.
And I didn't really see this sign. I believe the officer, first of all, the officer was very professional and kind. So no issues with that at all. But as I stopped and proceeded to make a right turn, honestly, maybe I did not see that sign. And I think she might have mentioned something like that.
What would it matter if you saw the sign or not, sir?
Yes, it's true. It's true.
I do accept. Why would that matter? That you didn't see it? If the speed limit is 70 miles an hour on the expressway, and somebody says, I didn't see the sign, the rules are still 70 miles an hour on the expressway.
No, the sign for the no turn on red. That's what I mean.
I understand it, but a sign was there that you acknowledged was there, but you didn't see it. But your job is to see it.
Yes. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Your Honor, all I have to say just one thing. I have a clean driving record, and this is my first violation. I understand, I accept the responsibility, but I respectfully ask if the court would consider leniency or...
What does it mean when you accept responsibility but want to deny the consequences? How can you accept responsibility and deny consequences?
Yes, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. And the officer gave you a break. Your record is still going to look just as good tomorrow as it looked yesterday. Impeding does not show on your record. That's in deference to your driving record, which looks excellent. The officer exercised her discretion in your favor and gave you a citation for something that doesn't appear on your record.
Yes, she did. The issue was, it's just a financial hardship situation for me at the moment. That's the main concern.
Fine is $175. I can give you 30 days to pay.
Okay.
He's just about talked himself into a right turn on red ticket, which is what he did and admitted to.
Thank you.
Next up. Next up is the one we're watching for.
Samsung, baby son, too. Samsung, you need to unmute yourself, please. Please unmute yourself.
That's something you can do.
Okay,
sir.
there we go. Okay, good morning.
What is your name?
Eric White.
Thank you. This is 25 RO 07768. This is a citation that was issued on the 6th day of December, just about 8 o'clock in the evening, in the area of Royal Oak near Woodward Avenue and 4th Street. You were cited for operating while using a mobile electronic device. You've got 3 options this morning. You can admit or deny responsibility, or you can admit responsibility with an explanation. How do you wish to proceed?
Given the case,
I asked you a question, sir. Are you admitting or
Right.
denying responsibility?
right, the latter. So I'm a DoorDash driver, so I would admit responsibility, but I'm not going to plead guilty because it's a specification. I was working when I got pulled over. I'm a DoorDash delivery driver.
What?
First of all, you can't plead guilty to a civil infraction. You're not guilty or innocent of a civil infraction. You're responsible or not responsible for a civil infraction. Civil infractions have no intent to do evil the way crimes do have an intent to do evil.
Was this your driver?
You're admitting responsibility for this because it happened, correct?
Well, can you go over the latter part of what you said? Not the first one, but the second, how you phrased it?
Civil infractions have no element of an intent to do anything evil. Crimes have an intent to do evil. Civil infractions are not crimes.
Okay, so in layman's terms, how I want to plead is I do not feel that I should have to pay this fine.
What do your feelings have to do with anything? We're talking about facts.
Well, yeah, Your Honor, if I'm allowed to plead the case, right, I do not agree that I would have to pay the fine.
It's not the way the systems work, but we'll have a hearing. Please raise your right hand to be sworn so we can have a hearing. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
The officer will testify first, please.
You're on the listed date and time. I was falling next to the silver Chevy Cruze that Mr. White was operating. I witnessed him having his cell phone in his right hand while operating, having his GPS open. That time he admitted to me that he was using his GPS for door dashing purposes.
Thank you. Mr. White?
Yeah, so, yep, I was all the way over in the right lane, and I was doing DoorDash. I was working as she pulled me over. And the way DoorDash works is I get deliveries sent to me by DoorDash. So it is actually more unsafe for me to have my phone on the dashboard holder like the officer or like the law in Michigan recommends. Because if my phone is on the dashboard holder, then I have to lean forward and switch between the GPS and my work app.
Oh, man.
Mr. White, you've decided that it's safer for you to violate the law than it is for you to comply with the law.
Well, I think what we have here is kind of an outlier situation. I'm a DoorDash delivery driver.
I'm holding that against
it's
you.
not. Well, right, but it's not like she's sitting here pulling over, a regular citizen just going about their day and going back home. I have to sit here.
What's irregular about you?
Well, DoorDash sends me hundreds of delivery offers every day. So I am getting delivery offers sent to my phone every 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. What has that got to do with the rules of the road?
Because it is safer for me to not lean forward. If my phone is in my hand and under in my hand and not on the dashboard holder, it is safer because I am able to work through my deliveries in my GPS quicker and easier.
Well, maybe you should contact the state legislature and tell them that even though they've decided that it is unsafe for people to use their phones in their hands while they're driving, because you're special, they should just say that law applies to everybody in the state except
I think
Your
Honor, I think you're misunderstanding me. Okay.
Oh, I don't think I am at all.
Well, first off, Your Honor, I am working, and so you're not. The law is not able to sit here and treat me like I'm not working because I am working.
It doesn't matter if you're working or not.
It does matter. That does matter. That absolutely matters.
It doesn't matter
I respectfully disagree.
You are using the roads that belong to the people of the state of Michigan to make a living. You're using the roads.
Right.
Other people have to buy an office. Other people have to buy insurance. Other people have to buy building insurance.
Yes.
Other people have to buy stuff. But
Your Honor,
you're using the property of the government.
DoorDash is $1 billion company.
I work for $1 billion.
You can afford to pay the $220 fine.
No, DoorDash is $1 billion company.
Mr. White, your position is totally without merit in either fact or law. You violated this law of the state of Michigan. The consequences for that is not even involving points. It's just a fine. It's $220. It needs to be paid. You can pay it online, by mail, or at the courthouse counter. This hearing is over.
But, Your Honor, I work for DoorDash. Wow. That was a good one. Okay.
There's a couple other people that have not appeared today. We've waited long enough.
Trying to
Devon Venus, 26 R Road 00268 has failed to appear.
Oh, that's bad.
And that default will be noted at 8:53. So she's 22 minutes late.
Okay, well.
Or he's 22 minutes late.
Bench warrant. Here we go. We're going to make a jump
And
to
there's HO5356.
There we go. To Judge Stevens. Upon request, this one coming in hot off the burner phone. This is live this morning. Let's give him a minute to get everyone in place. I have, I don't even know who requested this one. Let's see. Who sent me this one? Who sent me the picture of the kids with the tiger? Not sure. Not sure what the name is. Okay. 7. We've got audio. We're just waiting for the mic to be turned on. Just 1 second here.
There's 7 billion people on the planet. You're standing by yourself on it.
No.
Okay, here we are on Derek LeBlanc. That's you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
And Ms. Moore is here from the DA's office. And the probation office is here. You've been on probation now for, let's see, looks like we placed you on probation September of last year. And this is 6 months has gone by, correct? And today we have, was this part of a result of this administrative hearing in January?
Yes, sir. We requested a judicial review before the court.
And you were to provide medical documentation relating to your so-called pain management disability. And you failed to provide that. Did you ever get it to them?
They're supposed to have faxed it over to them.
Did you ever get it to them?
I'm not sure.
They, who's they?
Dr. Craig Charleston's office.
At the end of the day, he's not going to get revoked and go to prison. You would be responsible for that. So I would make sure that that was done. Was it?
No, sir.
It wasn't. See. Yes. So you can't say, well, it's the doctor's fault. These are your records. You go to the doctor's office. You sit there and say, I need a copy of my records. And you may even have to pay something for the copies. But that's your responsibility. Yes, it's not the doctor's, really. They're busy on a million other patients.
Yes, I understand.
And so you've got to work with the staff there to get that. But that was, let's see, that was requested in January. Where are we now?
March.
Yeah, that's 2 months later.
Yes. Yep. I was under the impression they did send it.
Well, you need to follow it up. It's your responsibility, not mine.
Yes.
Or the probation or the DA's office. It's yours. Yeah. Your life. We're not going to be the ones getting revoked and going to prison. You would.
Yes.
That's something that I would keep me awake at night thinking, oh, did I dot my I's and cross my T's? All right. Next was, during the previous administrative hearing, you also tested positive for cocaine. And you reported that your last use was 4 days prior. Is that right? In January. You also tested positive for cocaine during the administrative hearing on this day in January.
Ooh. That's bad. This might be a revoke.
Can you explain that?
I did go out and use, and
why?
I've been dealing with some depression from my mother.
Well, welcome to all of us.
Yes.
We all get good times and bad times, but we don't go to the crack dealer to get help.
Right.
That's a crime on my watch, on your responsibility. That's 2.
And Your Honor, since then, he's tested positive for cocaine 2 more times.
The last time, I believe, Judge, was just March 9th.
Last Monday. Yes, sir.
Maybe he was working for DoorDash.
Also, you've been ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $1,566.54 to the victim here. And how's that going?
Well,
how's that going?
It's not going, Your Honor.
Have you paid one thin dime?
I couldn't have.
Have you paid one penny?
No, sir. I just recently got my job back.
Oh, are they giving away crack cocaine out in the field?
No, they wasn't.
They well, or you want? What do you have a loan with them? No, you're having to pay them for the cocaine, but you're not paying the court-ordered restitution. I don't remember anything about a court order about paying your cocaine dealer first. Shame on you. You've got victimization. You hadn't spent one time for that. You're not providing the medical documentation like you were supposed to for that. You're not paying restitution because you're buying your cocaine illegally. And every time you use cocaine, it is a number one crime. Number two, it's a violation of probation. Let's see. And what else? What about community service?
Nothing has been reported or completed through the department.
Not one moment
Yes, sir.
of community service. And there was supposed to be a theft prevention course that you were supposed to complete. Did you even ever enroll in that?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. All right. If you were in school, you get a 0, an F, you fail.
Yes.
Motion to revoke probation needs to be filed.
Yes, sir.
What do we do with him right now? We test you right now. Are you going to test positive or negative for cocaine?
Positive.
Shame on you, sir.
Okay, we're going to test him. And you're going to be arrested immediately. You're not leaving him.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he's never served any time related to this case, so he still is eligible to serve up to 180 days in county jail.
Yeah, that's about to change.
I served 5.5 months on that case.
As a condition of probation, he's never served any sanctioned time in the county jail.
Well, the problem is you're not leaving here with all of this mess. This is a mess.
It is. It truly is a mess.
Well, I thought we dealt with this earlier when we placed you on probation. You made promises that you have not kept.
I made a whole bunch of promises. I wasn't even guilty of the crime, but I took the case anyway, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yeah. I know what you, yeah.
What am I about to do?
That I wasn't coerced or anything, that I admitted to?
No, it's even worse than that.
Is this what you're looking for, Judge?
No, the plea document that he signed when he entered the plea.
This guy's quickly talking himself into a worst case scenario. And his actions while out on probation are not helping him at all.
No, I don't have it in here. I hope y'all got it.
Yeah.
Somebody has to have the plea. There we go. Pass it up to the judge.
This is a portion of it, Judge, that probation has in their file with his signature on it.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll need to digitize your files.
These monthlies, yeah. She's going to get that's.
She'll remain in the county jail until sentenced, and then transferred to prison. Wait for the judge to make the decision on this one.
Okay, thank you.
I just noticed he's got like the seal emblazoned on the headrest of his chair.
Okay.
Pretty cool. Judge, you're keeping us in suspense. Let us know what you're thinking.
Okay. This is a copy of the documents that were made based upon your plea hearing when you entered your plea here in, I guess it was September. And among other things is something that I highlighted. And I'm going to ask you to read the yellow highlight. Thank you. This was after you were sworn in to tell the truth during the proceedings, during the plea proceedings, keeping in mind what your statement was a few moments ago that you weren't even guilty of this crime. Read that.
It said, I am guilty of the offense and of all least including the offenses charges against me in this case. I swear that all the foregoing as well as the testimony I gave is the truth, as God, so God help me. Sworn to and subscribed to before by the defendant on this date. I hereby certify that the thumbprint shown below and on the docket sheet and on the community supervisor's orders that are the defendant in this case.
You, that's you.
Yes.
Okay. So what you've just said, among other things, let's see, we've got
perjury, right?
You hadn't paid any restitution as you were ordered to.
I went to jail first day before.
You're going to interrupt the court. I'll let you speak in a minute.
Yes.
We can add that. You're rude and interrupting. That's not what you do when people are in the middle of a sentence. You'll have a chance to talk.
I apologize.
No restitution has been paid. You failed to perform community service. You failed to enroll in the theft prevention programs. You have, on your own admission, consistently been using cocaine and testing positive since you've been placed on probation. And you volunteered, I'm not even guilty of this crime. Although under oath, you stated, I am guilty of the offense and all lesser included offenses charged in this case. I swear all of this is true, so help me God. So are you telling me that you committed perjury as well when you pleaded guilty under oath? That's yes or no?
No.
So you just lied to me a few minutes ago then?
Yes.
Oh, where to begin in this mess, huh? We're going to test, and you say you're going to test positive, but I want that formalized with a test. And if you test positive, what we're going to do is you will be taken into custody immediately. I'm not going to let you amble about town with drugs in your system. And the motion needs to be prepared to revoke the probation, alleging those different grounds that we've addressed: no restitution, a consistent use of cocaine, failing to perform community service hours, failing to enroll in death prevention, and perjury.
Well, perjury. He wasn't under oath today.
You're stating, after you admitted perjury, you're now changing your story and saying you just lied to me instead, which is not the right thing to do, but it's certainly not perjury. But you shouldn't lie to the judge who's directing your supervision. But you did. You're stating, is this your final answer on this? You are stating that when you pleaded guilty and were placed on probation, you truthfully admitted to guilt.
Yes.
All right, that's clear. Do you see, when we were young, what was it? When we were kids, we learned the little rhyme,
liar, liar,
story,
pants on fire.
What a tangled web we weave
Oh.
when first we try to deceive. You start telling one story and then it gets you caught in another story and another story, and then you're just overwhelmed. You don't know where to stop. You don't know where to fix, what to fix, because you've made so many false statements trying to concoct a story. Live honestly. Harm no one. Give each person respect. That's all you have to do, to follow all the rules. I can pull it down to 3 things. I wish some wise man came up with that 2,000 years ago, but that summarizes everything. Anyway, sit over there and we're going to test you again. But you were in custody, placed in custody. Your probation is your freedom on probation is revoked. This court can order you to serve up to 180 days in the county jail, and at this time, I'm ordering you to jail for upfront time as a modification of your probation, which might result in a worse situation for you in the next few days when the motion to revoke probation comes out, and then we have a hearing on that. But until the hearing on the motion to revoke probation, you are ordered as a condition of your probation until such time as it may be revoked, you are ordered to go to jail up to 180 days. But we will resolve this before the end of that. And I think I've made findings that support what we are allowed to do. And we're going to need to bring a jury in a few minutes, but you're going to be taken into custody, Mr. LeBlanc, and then they're going to test you and we'll see where that works. But you're going to be undergoing and fulfilling a condition of probation that I've just ordered as upfront jail time up to 180 days as a condition of your probation. And
Which
then
will
we'll
then be
address what
revoked.
happens after I get the results of this drug test. Okay? All right. Those are the orders of the court. You're placed in the back. Thank you.
While we wait for that,
And
let's jump down to
for the record,
another part of Texas.
Also,
hang on.
We're dealing with two separate cases, correct? And it's cause numbers 23-41659 and 23-41660, where the defendant was placed on state jail felony for 2 thefts and sentenced to 2 years in the state jail, and that was suspended on each case for 5 years.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that covers what we needed to take care of on that. And we'll find out what the results are, and then we'll get a motion. And if the probation office will begin a motion, because even if he passes the test, he's admitted it, but nonetheless, there are a lot of other things that we have that are revocable to deal with. Okay, thank you all very much.
To write up formal amendments.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge
We're
John
in short
Stevens.
recess, and we're going to go into a trial here. Thank you.
Judge Stevens from Judge Stevens' office back to Judge Stephanie
Do a
Boyd.
bond on this new guy. If I write out an order by hand, she signs it, would that be sufficient without having to, okay. I'm trying to expedite it, okay. And then Norma, then I don't know what we need to do on Lopez.
Becky, we got a
He got
verdict
arrested on
last
a new
night.
indicted case that they weren't supposed to indict.
We were live till the verdict.
But they did, so now his family's going to the bond company, but they can't do anything until he's out of here, back over there.
Oh,
so
that was Corey Richards.
can't
Sorry,
settle on it
Karen
because
Reed.
Because the charge.
The other KR. So now you're getting
So
confused.
I guess I need to get my name on the, talk to the judge about resetting him so they can take him back. Okay. Derek Lopez.
All right, Derek Lopez.
Derek, come on up.
Hello.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
Great. Happy St. Patrick's
That's right.
Day. All right. Hello. All right. So why is he in custody?
He was, hold on, I'll talk for you. He was indicted on February the 11th.
Don't talk, I'll talk for you.
Unbeknownst to me, he's on the monitor.
Mm-hmm.
They could have picked him up at any time between then and now, and we could have resolved all this. But now we're stuck. Anyway, he's in the he's in custody because he's a post-indictment fugitive on a warrant that I explained to him. They don't, since I'm not his lawyer till he gets arrested on it.
Yeah.
They don't tell me about it, so I didn't even know the warrant existed.
Okay.
But it's unfortunate because he's on the monitor.
Yeah.
But he has to go to the jail and be processed. His family's already going to the bond company, so I'm just seeing if we can reset him today, so I can get him out of the courtroom and back on his way back to the jail.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want.
I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not perfect. I've made some mistakes in my past, and all these cases that are catching back up to me.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Because number one, I don't want you to say anything that you possibly should not be saying. Your attorney has explained to me what has happened. And so sometimes what ends up happening, and I tell people this before, you could just be out enjoying your life. You're on bond, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And all of a sudden you get arrested on a case because it wasn't filed. You were not arrested at the scene. And then they arrest you. And so your attorney has explained to me what you are being arrested for is not because of something you're alleged to have done recently. This is something from the past. So I know that you've been doing well on bond. Otherwise, you would have been in custody because it would have came to me. All right. So does he have a bond?
No, he doesn't. But I've spoken to the state. They're in agreement with, oh, she's over here. I'll let her. I didn't see you. Sorry, Megan. I didn't see you.
So in this case, I've agreed to a bond amount of $50,000 due to the fact that the defendant or this offense predates the ag robbery that he been in court for.
Ag robbery.
Because he hasn't had any bond violations.
All right. Let's go on the record.
that is their recommendation. I would certainly be happy if the court would consider something less. As she mentioned, this offense.
Oh, let's go on the record.
I
Yeah.
thought we did. I'm sorry.
No, we're not on the record
Okay.
yet. I haven't called the case.
Okay.
All right, court is calling 2026 CR 001984, State versus Derek Lopez. Can I have parties announced for the record?
In Dallas State.
Charles Blount for Mr. Derek Lopez, and Mr. Lopez is present.
All right. It's my understanding that the defendant has been arrested on an at-large case. Is that correct?
Correct, Judge.
And this instant case was at large, correct?
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, this case.
Yes, the new case. Yes.
All right.
Now, the new case predates. I don't know if your docket tells you how many times we've been to court on the case we were set for today, but it's been, to my knowledge, 3 or 4 at least. And this offense that he was arrested for today predates his indicted case. And then about 3 months ago, there was a misdemeanor at-large warrant from this incident, the new incident, the incident we're here for today. He made that bond for the misdemeanor. And then now, after all of that's been done, now he's been indicted for this new case, once again, that happened before the case we're before the court on.
All right. And the court would note for the record that the defendant has had settings in this court since October 2025.
Judge, and just so the record is clear, for the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the offense date does predate the offense that we're here for, which is the ag robbery. So for the ag assault deadly weapon, the offense date is April 20th of 2024, and he was just indicted on that
February the 11th.
All right. And so state, what bond amount are you requesting?
Judge, I'm recommending a $50,000 bond, and then with the GPS, which it should be higher, but the reason that I'm recommending $50,000 is because he shows up. And also a no contact order with the complainants in the case.
Is this gang activity? Judge mutes the mics for a hot second. To talk about the victims' names in the case. And unmute again. Just taking her time to unmute. Wonder if we should watch the trial that John Stevens has going on. Do you want to go back to John Stevens and see the little case he's got? Jury trial putting together. I don't know what the medal is she's wearing. I've never seen her wear a medal before. Best Judge Award? I don't know. Yes, head back to John Stevens. Let's pop down there real quick and see what's happening. Okay, quick jump. Need to catch up a tiny bit. We've got sound at least, so we can figure out what's going on now. Looks like we have a defendant with a defense attorney, prosecution on the far table in blue and black. Defense attorney in the red tie with a defendant in a white shirt. And a closely cropped beard.
We'll trouble right now on something we're working on. This court uses, there we go, thank you. What's called real-time court reporting. Real time. It's about a 1 second delay.
It's an app.
From what is stated in the court, in court, to
transcript.
What is appearing here in this is what I'm looking at, and
he holds up his monitor.
I'm speaking, and you can see the court reporters typing in. I have two great court reporters who type 300 words a minute each, and what I can do is
600 altogether.
Generally, this job is multitasking. I'm signing documents. I'm having to deal with fires during the course of a trial and then listen intently and keep up with what's going on in the trial. This is what's called real-time court reporting. Is I can refer to it if something happens and I'm thinking, what was just said? And then I can refer to it and see it in print in a 1 second delay. So it's a great tool. We were having problems.
The attorney looks a bit like Alec
getting
Baldwin.
onto the online on it, and that's why we had a delay. And electronically, God bless it, sometimes it runs the train, and we're okay now, though.
300 words per minute.
We are ready to begin in 22-40127, the state of Texas versus Cody Lynn Arnold. The defendant is present with his attorney and the state's attorneys. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury is present. I'm going to swear all of you in as jurors in this case, so please raise your right hands. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Cody, at the end of the trial, jurors a lot of times like to
get to the very end.
Our juror, please turn the page on the newspaper, turn the channel, mute the sound of the radio.
Now we're live.
We want to again make sure you don't get any information that is about this case that's not presented while you are here in this courtroom. We don't want you to get secondhand information about this case while you are jurors. And again, at the end of this trial, you were released from these instructions. Now, some people like to take notes, and if you want to do so, that's for your purposes only. You may not show those notes, though, to your fellow jurors, nor mention in the jury room that they are indicative of some matter. They can be used only to refresh your own personal recollection of what you may have recorded. In other words, if you like to take notes and you want to take notes, and in the jury deliberation room, an issue comes up and those were indicative of some matter in your notes, you can't refresh your own memory quietly, and then you may say, I believe the testimony was blank, 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 as you're discussing, but you cannot say, look what I wrote, everybody, and read. That would be putting something into the deliberation room that was not entered into evidence. But there's still a way of conveying what you wrote down through that method of refreshing your memory and then saying, I believe the testimony was blah, 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 in doing the deliberation process. Now, do not go to any of the locations referred to by the witnesses in this case, nor perform any type of individual investigation of the facts on your own. Again, you will receive all the evidence here in the courtroom. And likewise, don't look in books, encyclopedias, or dictionaries, or go to the library, or review courthouse records in order to obtain information over and above what is presented to you during the trial.
Don't even go to the library?
Please listen carefully, as I know you will, to the testimony. When you are deliberating, no testimony will be read back or transcribed for your review unless you disagree about a specific statement made by a witness during the trial and then request that part of the testimony. You won't get the whole testimony of a witness. You can't say, I'd like the transcript of the testimony of Joe Blow. That's not allowed under the law. But particular portions of testimony that you're deliberating over, that you're trying to resolve issues between differences of opinion, those can be transcribed by the court reporter and then presented to you for your review during the deliberation process. Now, your oath states that you will render a verdict only on the evidence presented under the court's legal rulings, and the evidence you may consider will consist of the testimony of witnesses from that chair, and evidence will also be presented in the form of physical objects or documents, which we call exhibits. During the trial, attorneys make objections, and when an objection is made, I must rule on it. And I'm asked, well, what have you done in your life that helps you do your job as a trial judge? And I tell them 10 years as a basketball official. It's a similar. You have to know the rules and apply them fairly. Same way, whether it's Southwest Basketball Officials Association or here in court. And I also was on the committee that wrote the rules of evidence, which is part of the requirements of how evidence is presented in the courtroom properly for a jury to discern. But when an objection is made, I have to rule. So let's say a question is asked of a witness. If one of the lawyers objects, the other lawyer objects. If I sustain the objection, then the witness won't be able to answer the question. But it could be re-asked in a different way that meets within the rules of evidence. If an objection is made to a question and I sustain or overrule the objection, then it will be answered. Sometimes the court it's necessary for the court to make an instruction on the record of its ruling. And whenever the court provides you an instruction like I'm doing here, you must, by your oath, follow the instructions made by the court. But each of you has the most important job of determining what the facts are. As you see them, as you hear them, you get to evaluate the credibility of witnesses and the evidence presented, and how much weight is going to be given to the testimony and other evidence. In considering the weight and the value of the testimony of witnesses, you can consider their appearance, their attitude, their behavior, their interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, the inclination of the witnesses to tell the truth, the probability or improbability of their testimony. And you can use all other factors you feel might help you in giving the testimony of the witnesses the degree of credibility you feel it deserves. You probably, as I'm saying that, you probably recognize what I'm talking about. This is what you do every day when you interact with people. You're not thinking, I'm going to discern how much I'm hearing here. You're not thinking that deliberately, but you're listening, and you are making decision of how much you're going to believe from the interaction, and what are you drawing upon? Your education, your life's experience, your experiences in regards to particular issues and matters, and what you have learned through life. And you're going to carry into the deliberation room the same values and the same methods that you use in determining how much to believe when you are thinking about and reflecting upon the statements of witnesses. So this is not an extraordinary thing we do. We can't take a thermometer and put it into somebody's ear and say, oh, they were 50% correct or 50%. You can't do that. We have to make our own decisions based upon these experiences as adults and mature adults that we have learned over time that have been successful in you making decisions. You bring that into the deliberation room. Now, the trial is going to proceed in the following way. In just a moment, I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment, and the defendant shall plead to the indictment. Then the parties get to make opening statements if they wish. The state goes first because the state has the burden of proof because of the presumption of innocence. Remember, we talked about that. All persons are presumed innocent unless found guilty. They can sit quietly and not say a word And when when the rules were made, who goes first, the obligation is on the accusing authority, the state of Texas, or when I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office, the United States of America as prosecutor. We had to go first, because if not, the defendant under the rules could sit quiet and go, I'm not going to say anything until I'm ready. And that's the Constitution. They have a right to remain silent unless they wish to make a statement, and that's their right. So it's the accusing authority, the entity that brought the case forward. They present witnesses. They will call witnesses, question them. After each witness is questioned, the defense has a fair opportunity to cross-examine. At some point in time, you will hear the state say, "We rest." The defense may or may not put evidence on. Sometimes they rest right behind the state. That doesn't mean the sky is falling. We can figure out what's going to be argued for final argument. If they don't present any evidence at all, the argument they're going to make is the state didn't meet its burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, you would know that. That's just the way it's automatically going to be. But quite often, and most often, defense presents witnesses, and they will be questioned by the defense attorney if that happens. And then the state gets to cross-examine those witnesses. And at some point in time, you will hear both parties say, "We rest." Then at that time, I will read to you the jury charge, which contains all the law necessary for your deliberations. The lawyers will make their final arguments, and you will go back together into the deliberation room to deliberate on a verdict. At all times, it is your foremost responsibility to make certain that justice is done in this case in accordance with the law that the court will provide to you and the evidence presented. At this time, I'm going to ask the state of Texas to present the indictment, and the defendant shall rise, please. Thank you.
Let's see if we're going to bail here. Let's see what this case is about.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors for the county of Jefferson, state aforesaid, duly organized as such at the January term AD 2022 of the Criminal District Court of Jefferson County, did said county and state on oath in said court present that Cody Lee Arnold, hereafter styled the defendant, on or about the 26th day of March 2022, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Jefferson and the state of Texas, did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Caitlin Nicole Stone, hereafter styled the complainant, by shooting complainant with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
Cody Lee Arnold, as defendant in this case, how do you plead to the indictment as just read by the state of Texas? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty will be entered into the record, and you may be seated. At this time, the court will allow opening statements, and the rules provide for the state to go first.
Starbucks cup makes an appearance, I think. Never seen a trial in John Stevens Court like a full jury trial like this before. This is live right now.
Caitlin Nicole Stone died on March 26, 2022. She was killed, murdered by two people, Chelsea Shipp and Cody Arnold, because a month before this date, she made a mistake of getting into a relationship with Cody Arnold. She was 16. He was 21. She moved in with him, was living with him at a trailer there in Hampshire Finette on a street, I believe is Kolb's Corner is the name of it. What developed after their sexual relationship was that she believed she was pregnant. They were taking multiple pregnancy tests, talking about it. Mr. Arnold realized that he had a problem. He was going to be labeled a sex offender for the rest of his life. And he talked with Chelsea Shipp about how to get rid of that problem. The two of them planned that weekend, from probably days before, but at least the Friday before. March 26th is a Saturday. They were seen together. They were talking about what they were going to do. They were smoking meth that entire weekend to build up the courage to kill that girl. It's a horrible crime. I told you that we don't often know why somebody does what they do. And we don't have to prove it, right? But that's why this young lady's dead. The belief that she was pregnant. The suggestion yesterday during board hour is that, we've got two people that are charged with a crime, and I talked with you about parties to an offense. Somebody went in there and pulled the trigger and killed her, dead, in the trailer and in the bedroom, in the bed that Cody Arnold sleeps in. You'll see pictures where it's not exactly a contact wound, but it's roughly in this range where a .380 Ruger is pulled and killed her. You'll hear evidence from folks that saw them all together on March 25th. Specifically, Brandy Moon will come in here and she'll testify about how she saw all three of them together. Then the next day, Chelsea Shipp makes arrangements to borrow Miss Moon's car, to swap cars. You'll learn that they knew each other from cleaning houses, that they'd worked together, would clean different houses around that area. You'll hear about how, even though they saw them all together, this threesome were together on that Friday, when it comes down to the car exchange, it's just Cody Arnold and Chelsea Shipp that show up and exchange that truck that Chelsea Shipp was driving for Moon's Nissan vehicle. I'm going to pause there for a moment. The reason why that's relevant and very important, and you'll hear in this trial, is that Nissan had a system on it called an infotainment. And what it does is it allows people that are trained to pull information from that car about where it's been. Location services comes from when we connect our cell phones, things of that nature. All that connection and where we're at can be pulled from a car. Specifically, it can be from this car and was. That's why a lot of what I'm telling you here about the timeline comes from that, in addition to different witnesses that you're going to hear. You'll hear one specific witness who is Christopher Raymer. He's a law enforcement officer that I told you is from Beaumont Police Department at the time, and he's the one that's trained on how to retrieve that information and gave the sheriff's office this evidence to help them when they were investigating. And it gives us a lot of the information that fills in the blanks here. It's called a Burla report. And you'll get to learn about that like I did as I was handling this case. So after they borrow Miss Moon's car, it's about 4 hours later that, well, I'm segueing, that burglary report will put the parties all together at Cody Arnold's house. This is where Miss Caitlin is found in that bed as I described to you. You'll see photographs about that. You'll hear the autopsy report about the things that I'm telling you. You'll see photographs of her in that bed, covered up, trash can right beside it. And it's obvious that the conclusion is that there was attempts to try to get rid of that body. Ms. Shipp goes on to make different statements to folks about what all happened and why it happened. You'll learn whether or not there was a plan between the two of them to actually do this. I made the statement that they were planning to kill her, why they were, how they had smoked the methamphetamine up until that point. You'll see the evidence that places them right outside the house before this situation occurs. And then you'll hear admissions about what her involvement was and what his involvement was. You'll hear from Brandy Moon about those statements that she made to her. You'll hear from Cody Smith, who is her nephew, that Chelsea goes to his house at anywhere from 8:30 to 9 o'clock that night and has a conversation outside of his house. It lasts about 15 minutes when she's sitting inside Brandy Moon's car and talking through the window to him. And you'll hear about the plans and her asking for help to try to get rid of the body. Then you'll hear from Stony Arsenault. Ms. Shipp goes from that conversation with Cody to Stony Arsenault's house. And she's still, again, she's looking for help. She's got the murder weapon with her. She's trying to see if he can help her dispose of that gun. He's going to tell you that he said no, he wasn't going to do that. He's going to tell you that they were using drugs that night, that she didn't leave his house till about 8 o'clock that morning, and that sometime after she left, he realized that she left the gun there. We tracked that gun from where Stoney goes and trades it to an individual by the name of Dustin Burnham. He'll come in here and he'll talk about that trade. He'll say he didn't know it had anything to do with it, but that's where we find the gun. We get the gun. You'll hear about the testing that was done, how it matches the casing that's found next to her head in that trailer, matches the projectile retrieved from her head. And that's why you'll hear from these different witnesses as to where that gun was going and how it was all connected to this crime, showing a trail of trying to get rid of the gun and to get rid of that body. Mr. Arsenault will talk about statements that were made to him. That same Burlow report will continue to affirm all these different things that I'm telling you. Once Ms. Shipp leaves his house on March 26th, now going into March 27th, it's the Sunday morning, she goes from there to Brandy Moon's, and that's because Brandy wanted her car back, not knowing that all this stuff had happened. And it's there that Ms. Shipp again makes admissions about what had happened, why she did what she did, trying to look for some, I don't know if she was looking for understanding or what. She's just making statements that none of us would make under normal circumstances, that shows the truth of what we're dealing with here. Later that same day, we're going to bring an additional witness by the name of Charles Eiley. He's known by Mac, and he's the guy that Mr. Arnold goes and visits with on that day, trying to figure out how to get rid of the body. And so in addition to what you hear Chelsea talking about to others, you'll hear from one specific witness about words out of his mouth as well. Then I'll be bringing all the law enforcement folks that deal with the physical evidence so that you all can see that. Unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of pictures that I warned you yesterday that aren't fun to look at, but it's all evidence about this crime, how it happened, where it happened, things of that nature. You'll hear from Sue Kelly about from Jefferson County. She's in their property division. You'll hear from Marcia Cox, who came out from the Jefferson County Regional Crime Lab. She handled the collection of some of the ballistic evidence that I was just describing to you, that casing in particular. And then you'll hear from some of the detectives along the way that were doing the investigations, from Nathan Staggs, Chad Williamson, specifically conversations that they had with Mr. Arnold. I will tell you that Cody Arnold was found at the scene with that body in his bedroom. And all that only develops because Brandy decides to call around to try to figure out if what Chelsea Shipp was telling her was true or not. Sometime around tomorrow afternoon, you'll hear from the doctor who's going to testify about the autopsy. I try to work around their schedule. They unfortunately, they're busy over there, so I'll let them do some work in the morning, have them come testify in the afternoon. So I know I'm going to be putting them on tomorrow after lunch. I know that. I'm going to work around his schedule, not really ours. Okay. Likewise, when we get to Thursday, that's when I'm going to be bringing your DNA evidence, the folks that actually deal with all the evidence that's been collected. I'll set up the chain of custody. You'll hear those questions. You'll see. That's when you'll get to see the evidence from a DNA standpoint. A DNA evidence is going to tell you that whenever they did the autopsy on this young lady, we collected what's called a SANE kit. It's to check to see if there was a sexual assault that was done. And what that does is it results in 2 swabs of both of her breasts. And the DNA folks are going to come in and say that that Mr. Arnold is connected to those swabs. His DNA is found there. You'll hear from a lady from Pennsylvania who is going to testify about the gunshot residue kits that were collected. 3 were collected. Gunshot residue, you'll learn from experts, is when technicians swab the hands to determine if there's any kind of primer or residue. It can indicate 3 different things: that someone either handled the gun, was in the room where a gun was shot, or may have actually pulled the trigger themselves. They'll do the job of explaining that to you. They'll tell you that 3 individuals were tested: her, Mr. Arnold's father, who was living in that trailer where the body was found, as well as Cody Arnold. You'll learn that he has gunshot residue on his right hand.
Who is he?
He being Cody Arnold.
Oh.
So I've kind of summarized what's coming your way. In there, you've heard that there's physical evidence, the gunshot residue, the DNA that ties Mr. Arnold to this offense. You'll hear about statements that ties him to it, not only from people's mouths, but his co-defendants' statements as well. that is the lineup and how that will go. I can tell you that if things move really quickly today, that I don't have Dustin Burnham available until tomorrow morning. He's finishing up a class and certification. If we get to that point, I anticipate he'll probably be my first witness tomorrow. And that is roughly the layout of how this is all going to play out. So buckle up, team. We've got some work to do.
Buckle up.
Oh.
Love the Texas drawl. A little
Mr. Burbank,
slower
do you want to make
pace.
an opening statement at this time?
No, Your Honor, we reserve our right, in case of chief if necessary.
You can defer to later. Go ahead. State may call your first witness.
The defense invokes the rule on witnesses.
All right. That means
We
any
have
witnesses.
some outside the courtroom that I have instructed. Do you want them in, Judge?
No, I'm going to
Make that your
trust
responsibility.
the attorneys will follow the rules of sequestration of witnesses under the rules of evidence and code of
There's a
criminal
metal detector
procedure.
back there.
What that means,
Watch when he goes through it. Lights
ladies
up
and
red.
gentlemen, called the rule. It's the rule of sequestration of witnesses, and either party can assert it at any time. And what that means is that witnesses will remain outside until they are called to testify. They are not allowed to discuss their testimony with other witnesses, and they can discuss, though, their testimony with the attorneys. You could see that would be an important rule. Sometimes it's asserted, sometimes it's not. But when it is, the parties are held responsible to making sure that their witnesses understand the mandates of the rule of sequestration and that they are not in court until they are called. And then when they are released, they stay outside unless they are released otherwise by the court from the rule. And then they do not discuss their testimony with other witnesses or anyone else except the attorneys. Okay.
I have just one moment. I'm making a last minute change if it's possible there. And can you give me 2 minutes or longer if the jury wants?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, so that little metal detector in the corner, that's a weird place for a metal detector because by the time you make it through and they figure out you have something on you, you're in the courtroom.
I'll check your watch. See what 2 minutes means to a lawyer, okay? And what happens? It's like a box of chocolates. I did that till I was a trial lawyer until I did this, became a judge. You don't know a lot of times what's going to happen next. You plan, and it's the trial you plan, the trial you wish you would have planned, and the trial that actually occurs. And how they can get all three of those together closely is the art of being a trial attorney.
Defendant passes a note to his attorney.
Ready?
What I'd like to do, with Your Honor's permission, is take a 5-minute break. I'm shifting to decide which witness to call first, Judge. And he's on the way in. I just don't want to have him run up the stairs and get on the stand if possible, Judge. He's here if you want to.
Quicker we can get him in here, the quicker I think we would all be happy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The lights on the metal detector light up to show where on the person's body the metal's located. So she has something on her right side, probably keys in her, left side, probably keys on her left pocket that are triggering it. Small metal items can be set to not set off the metal detector.
Oh, how about that weather, huh?
The prosecutor has.
It's hot and it's cold.
Has something in his probably suit pocket,
but I think it's
chest level and
I'm gonna
something
get behind
waist
us
level.
after today. I think we're gonna have some nice spring weather.
State will call Danny Powell.
Okay. You want me to get him or?
Oh, I thought he was right behind me.
Okay. There he is.
He's
It's an officer. Guess we just ignore the metal
Raise your right
detector.
hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
State your name for the record, please.
Daniel Powell,
And so what do you do for a living?
Sheriff's Deputy, again.
Judge, is this where you want it?
Yeah.
What does it take to become a sheriff of Jefferson County? What kind of training and education?
You gotta have prior military, you have to, or have a, college degree, at least a 2-year degree. You have to complete a course in law enforcement, what they call police academy.
While he's talking, I'll show you a picture of the
And you
defendant.
did all that, sir?
Yes.
Where did you do your training?
Was I'm taking military training. I was a Marine for 10 years and then came to the civilian side and then went to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Academy.
When?
I came here in 2002 as a corrections officer, and then in 2007 I've become law enforcement.
I'm going to do what I can to fix the audio. here.
And when you got to the sheriff's office, what were you doing? Were you
I
on
was a
the
patrol deputy when I first came to the sheriff's office, the law enforcement side.
So you started out on patrol?
Yeah.
How long were you with patrol?
6 years.
Then from the patrol, where'd you go?
I went to criminal investigating.
When?
2015.
And what is criminal investigation?
It's a specialized unit that investigate anything from a class C misdemeanor to a misdemeanor felonies.
Is that where you're currently assigned?
No,
Where are you currently assigned?
I am now with the mental health division.
Okay. When did you make that move?
I made it June of last year.
So were you assigned in the investigation division back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember getting a call out to a location in the Hampshire Connect area?
Yes.
When was that call out?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember the date?
March 27th.
March of 22?
Or 20.
If your report has a top date of March 27th, 2022,
2022. Yes.
does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Do you remember that being a Sunday?
Yeah.
All right, so what was the nature of the call out?
Was notified by my supervisor. Possible homicide on the golf.
Say that street again.
There was a possible homicide in Jefferson County.
Okay. Did you have a street location?
Not at the time.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got that call out?
I met with both deputies at the neck where the call originated from on, you name it, Miss Moon's residence on Kiker Road.
There was an address on Kiker Road.
Address on Kiker Road. I met with other investigators and patrol supervisor into it.
Is that how this all started? Was some call out from Brandy Moon there on Kiker Road?
Yes.
Were you involved in talking with her?
No.
Others were obviously. And based on that conversation, were you all instructed to go to a location on Cobb's? Thank you. I get in the words mixed up for some reason. So it's Cobb's Corner. And go ahead and spell that street name for my court reporter. if you remember.
KLOBS.
Okay. So I think I've been pronouncing that Kolb's Corner.
Yeah, they just different. Kolb's.
Okay. You go to that location? Did you?
Yes.
And was that the date, Sunday, March 27th, 2022? What'd you see when you got there?
It was dark. There was a color house sitting off the roadway with a covered porch.
I'm going to show you pictures in a little bit, but let's keep painting the scene. So when you get there, were there other officers that were present as well?
Yes.
About how many do you remember? Okay. Whose residence was that?
The audio's not good.
You see Cody Arnold in the courtroom here today.
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify something that he's wearing?
Sure.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Cody Lee Arnold?
Yes, it will.
All right, so it was a residence of Cody Arnold and his father?
Yes.
And did you see those individuals that night?
Yes.
Inside or outside the trailer?
Outside.
Yeah. Did you visit with them?
No, I didn't. I was present. I was visiting with the two other CID investigators. I was beside them.
Okay. Did you overhear consent allowed to go inside the residence?
Yes.
Who provided that? Cody Arnold or his dad? Which one? Both. Okay.
A little bit of lead in there.
Did you enter the residence?
Yes, sir.
What did you see when you entered the residence?
Porch, and when you enter the front door leads to the living room. To the left is a kitchen and a little bed to the side that's in the living room. It looked like the kitchen there was another bedroom, and Mr. Arnold wanted his bedroom outside, so I think his bedroom was through the front door, right down the hallway, and that's in the hallway. As I entered the room, the first thing I saw was a large garbage can with an empty black line. Also saw it was a shell case laid on top of the pillow. As I've been close to the bed, I observed up and then realized that there's something underneath these blankets and garbage in the garbage bag. I lifted up the end of the cover and I touched the leg, and it was a deceased person.
So what did you realize at that moment, officer?
That there was a homicide.
So based upon that, what was the next thing you did?
After that, I left out of the bedroom outside. I instructed the other two investigators what I'll see and go to retain Cody.
Okay. So do me a favor. Your voice is kind of dropping, kind of raises. You hear my volume of my voice. I want to make sure that every juror can hear the words you're saying.
Juror.
So you use the word detain. You and I know what that means. Let's tell the jury what that means. That you chose to have Cody Arnold detained.
Detained is that everybody understands you're not under arrest, but you're not free to leave. That's what detained.
So you have him detained, and the next step you took was what? Let me help you out. Did you did you step out so that we could obtain a search warrant?
Yes, yes. That's a brand. I was present when they Mirandized.
Okay. So he's detained?
Mirandized.
All right, since you're using that phrase, again, it's one we know, and I think they're familiar with it. Let's tell them what Mirandized is.
Basic rights. You can even choose to speak to investigators without an attorney or with an attorney. You don't have to say anything. If anything you say, after Miranda warnings could be used against you in court.
You heard those?
Same rights.
I'm sorry. You heard those provided to Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
Since I'm using Mr. Arnold, and there were two, Mr. Cody Arnold, the defendant in this case. Was he asked questions by you or someone else?
Someone else.
Did you overhear those questions and answers?
No.
All right, then we won't go there. So you, a choice was made to obtain a search warrant before we went further?
Yes.
And how long did that take before the search warrant came out?
It was a few hours.
So it was dark when you got there, right?
Yes.
Did it turn light before you actually got to go in?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as state's exhibits 1 through 22. What I'm asking you to review for a moment, if you recognize those photographs, if they represent the scene of that day on March 27th, 2022. And the last question is whether or not they truly and accurately depict the items that are set forth there. That's a big mouthful. That's what I'm looking for once you've reviewed that, sir.
We're hoping this witness is just quiet and the next ones are better. If the audio is terrible, we would bail on this one. But
All right, you're saying yes. You recognize all those photographs?
Yes.
Do they truly and accurately depict the scene as we've been talking about so far with the jury?
Yes.
Will these photographs help them to kind of explain what you saw?
Yes.
And further your testimony a little bit more? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
we may be shown some very
Tender to
graphic
defense
photos.
for objection, state exhibits 1 through 22.
22 pictures of the crime scene. These pictures may show up on the TV on the corner above the witness, the top right corner of the screen above the witness. So just be aware these might not be censored in any way. I don't think they're going to be on a picture, on a video of their own, but the Daisy audio was much worse. Yeah, we've had worse courts, for sure. Thanks, Josh, for the corrected spelling.
Yeah, states 1 through 22 inclusive.
They're admitted.
Show you what's marked as states 23. You recognize her?
Yes.
Does that truly and accurately depict how Ms. Stone looked other than from that scene?
Yes.
It also tender states exhibit 23, Judge.
No objection, states 1.
Hold on. Done. Your question was, the answer was yes to the question, does that truly and accurately depict how Ms. Stone looked other than from that scene? There may be millions of Ms. Stones.
Thank you, Ted. I'll clarify. What's Caitlin's full name on stage?
Stone.
And you know that to be truly and accurately depicting the individual known as Caitlin Nicole Stone?
Yes.
This is obviously a kind of portrait shot as opposed to something from the scene.
Yes.
Retender states 23, Judge.
Again, I have no objections.
It's admitted. You may publish.
That's the young lady we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Katie, how old was she when this happened?
16.
And how did y'all determine her age?
I'm not quite sure though.
But you know,
It was told to me, I believe her profile had her birthday on there.
no doubt in your mind that that was her age at the time?
Yes. No doubt.
Thank you. Let's look at these exhibits that you just sponsored, sir. And this sticker is more for my benefit. At 14925 Coles Corner, I think you pronounce it Cobb's Corner. Is that the trailer that y'all went to?
Yes.
And it's obvious this is in daylight, right?
That's daylight.
I've marked this one in states too, again, kind of a sticky to help me, help
Dennis.
you and the jury.
Dennis.
Is this, we're gonna wait a moment for better lighting, so.
Get some mood lighting in here. Dennis, flip the switch. Apparently light switches are outside there. Oh. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, guys.
I got it, Judge.
I turn the lights off just completely. Never seen that. You'd think that'd be a safety concern with the bailiffs and all, but I guess no. The mood is go away. As my 7th grade science teacher would say before he showed us a science movie and turned the lights off. No necking. So that's getting burned into my head. Like that's what 7th graders were going to do. It's more likely we would sleep. As a band mom, this is when we'd yell into the bus, hand check. Show me both your hands.
Full test of my capabilities. Yeah. All right. Is this the living room like that sticker indicates, sir?
Yes.
What's here, right?
Front door.
So if we back up to State's Exhibit 1, is the front door here?
Yes, that's the front door.
So if we walk in, this would be the first thing that you see, right?
Yes.
Is there some kind of bed set up there in that living room?
That's when you walk into the left.
This is State's Exhibit 3. Is that still in the living room?
Yes.
What is that? Is that a couch, a bed? What is that?
It's like a day bed.
Did it appear like somebody was sleeping there?
Yes.
Did you investigate and determine who was sleeping there?
No.
State's Exhibit 4. Is this still that front door and the area there in the living room we're looking at?
Yes.
State's 5. Is that right there at the foot where you see some sandals?
Yes.
Are there any women living there that you know of?
No.
State's 6. Is that a close-up of those sandals?
Yes.
Did you find any other females in that residence other than Caitlin Stone?
No.
It's State's Exhibit 7. My sticky says Calvin's room. Do you remember seeing that gun in what was supposed to be Calvin Arnold?
I didn't go that way.
Okay. How about this way towards Cody's room?
Yes.
Is that in fact the hallway that goes from there?
Yes.
Is that spot right there behind this?
Yes.
So if I walk through here in State's Exhibit 2, which appears to be some kind of sheet,
Yes.
is that what that was?
Yes.
Is this what we see in States 9? Is that what's behind that sheet?
Yes, sir.
More like this, right?
Yes.
They've got 22 pictures here they're going through.
Did you go through that doorway?
Yes, I did.
This is a murder trial. Cody's charged with shooting
States 10.
his underage girlfriend in the head in his trailer to get to
This part of
avoid
that room.
everyone
Yes.
finding out that she may be pregnant.
Did you have to come through this door indicated in 10 to enter?
This is a
Or was
murder,
that a separate door? Do you remember?
this is a murder trial.
Um,
Co-defendant's already
I
pled
think that's
guilty
a separate door.
and is serving 40 years.
Did you see this note on the wall?
No.
You didn't read this information in States 11?
No.
But you did see this in States 12, did you not?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what they're looking at in States 12.
That's going to be the body of Caitlin stuff.
What's right there at the bottom left-hand corner?
The
You can point to it, sir. You can stand up and point to it to help the jury
might become
understand
visible
what
as
you're
he stands
talking
up,
about.
because the camera's gonna-
There's a pointer also, I think, down there.
Camera's going to adjust.
Should be one there. We go. Thank you, sir.
So when you first walk into the door, this is what you see. The first I saw the
Keep your volume up, please, Mr. Bell.
first of all observed the trash can with the empty liner.
That's this here, right?
That's this here. And then as I looked up, I saw a shell casing. And then
That's this item here?
that's this shell casing right here.
Okay.
And then I was done the trash bag and what looked to be a meat of some sort. And I went over and I lit the cover up and
You discovered a body.
discovered the body.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down for now. Hopefully I don't pop you up too much more. States 13, is this the right next to where the bed is? Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that being there.
I don't remember that.
If we look at States 14,
Well, that picture's
is
out.
this what I'm indicating here next to the bed what appears to be in States 13?
Yeah, that's it.
You can tell that by the trash can and other items, right?
Yes, sir.
States 15, is that the interior of this right here?
That's the interior, yes.
What's in that trash can?
It's nothing.
Nothing.
In State 16, has someone now put evidence markers here and here?
Yes.
What's this right here? Is that more trash bags?
Yeah, it's more trash bags.
In 17, is that a different view of what we saw in 16, but now we can see some of Miss Caitlin?
Yes.
We'll back up. See here where the trash bag is over her?
Yes.
That's how you saw it, right? When you got to the scene.
Yes.
Did y'all move that to take this photograph here?
Yes, sir.
That's so we can identify who this individual is. Isn't it?
Yes.
In this close-up in States 18, we're getting a little closer to what's marked as evidence cones 2 and 3, right?
Yes.
Y'all didn't reposition her body or anything like that, did you?
No.
States 19. Again, we're moving closer, right?
Yes.
Did there appear to be, well, hang on, I'm ahead of myself. I'll ask that question in a moment. States 20. This is a close-up of Miss Caitlin.
Yes.
From your experience in training, what's the jury looking at here?
You're looking at a close contact gunshot wound. You can tell by the stippling. Look at where her eye is.
You can stand up and, Mr. Powell, if he's so kind to help the jury.
And do that for me, please. And Mr. Officer Powell used the term stippling. I want you to point out what that is and tell them what it is. Okay.
Stippling is, you see powder burns, these little dots here, those are powder burns. Close, we call it close contact or close range gunshot because of the stippling, which is powder burns around clothing or skin.
Thank you. In states 21, is this a close-up of evidence cone 3? At least we're getting closer to that, right?
Yes.
And what did you tell them was found there?
Shell casing.
Is that what we see in states 22, the photograph right on top of that?
Yes.
22 is the last picture.
Again, you and I know what a casing is, but just to make sure my record's clear, can you tell the jury what a casing is?
Shell casing is a casing of a live round. So with the shell casing, there is an actual bullet that attaches to the front of the, let me go ahead. Back here is the back side of the shell casing. And right behind it, there's a little primer where
Shell casing.
the gun fires, the primer gets that little
Primer on the back.
Gets the back of the shell casing. Since against the bullet to be round, a round projectile, if you call it. And that's what's inside here is gunpowder. So when it goes off, at least it's empty. That's why we call it empty shell casing.
So how close was that found to the body of Caitlin Stone?
It was on the pillow right next.
Thank you. Dennis, I'm good if you want to turn the lights on.
Okay, we might be able to see better now that the lights are back on. The camera balances the light based on the center of the picture. And
Just, I want to reiterate so I can make sure I've got my facts right. When you were outside, before you ever went in and saw this scene, were you provided consent from the residents of the trailer?
Yes.
Were you the only one that entered once that consent was given?
Yes.
Once you saw what you had there, which we've been describing in detail to the jury, is that when you backed out and informed others?
Yes.
And as far as taking these photographs and dealing with what was there, did you wait until the search warrant came along before you did all that?
Yes.
At this stage, since we're working a homicide scene where there are a lot of moving pieces and personnel that became involved with this case.
Yes.
How many folks do you think came out on the scene?
How many folks?
At least 5 techs, what we call property technicians. This is what they do. They go to crime scenes and they do searches and collect samples of blood, firearm, whatever's there to make the process easy.
Did the sheriff's office basically start using all the members of the ID unit, the CID unit? All your investigators become involved with this?
Yes, always.
Did you interview multiple witnesses?
Yes.
Do you remember which ones you talked to?
Interviewed I did a second interview with Cody Arnold. I spoke with a Stony Arsenal. I spoke with a Mr. Bertrand, Skip Bertrand.
Skipper Bertrand ended up being an ex-boyfriend of Chelsea Ship, right?
That's what Chelsea.
And probably some others that you talked to as well,
I
right?
spoke to some people
Okay.
that were in the that were calls generated from Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Were you tasked with the responsibility of collecting a buccal swab on 2 individuals?
Yes,
Who were those 2 individuals?
Chelsea Ship. Oh,
And do you remember when you did that? And
remember exactly what days?
can you tell the jury what happened when you did that?
Hold on for just a second. Help the jury, a buccal swab has a meaning that is probably a layman would not recognize it. Help the jury, because it is a term that they may not understand. Thank you.
I've been doing so good about that, but I dropped the ball there. Tell them what a buccal swab is.
A buccal swab is pretty much a DNA kit. All right, it comes in an envelope. Inside the envelope are 2 swabs. Most like long, like what you do ear with, like cotton swabs.
You're not supposed to put those in your ear.
I think of a Q-tip.
It's
You're not supposed to put a Q-tip in your
it's
ear.
just a long stick.
Okay.
With a little Q-tip on the front of it.
It's not a Q-tip. It's just a long
What
stick.
do you do when you use that?
Q-tip on it.
You collect DNA from saliva, inside the mouth.
So you're making a hand gesture that I want to try to clarify for my record,
Stick your finger in your mouth and show us how it
where
works.
you actually swab the inside with that stick, right?
Yeah.
Going up and down the cheek.
Down the cheek, circles up and down, both sides.
Did you perform that task on Cody Arnold? Same Cody Arnold that we see in the courtroom here today. And did you do that also for a co-defendant by the name of Chelsea Ship?
Yes.
Nobody else did that. That was you, right?
Just.
And you sent that on to where?
I completed the proper paperwork and to property room evidence things. And then from there, that was sent off to BPS crime labs.
In addition to that, not in addition to, I apologize. Did you, were you responsible for the search warrant that obtained that information?
On the both as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So to put it in a different way, you sought to require that they provide the information.
Yes.
You didn't ask their consent. You had a court order. Does September of 2022 sound, let me rephrase that. Does the month September in the year 2022 sound like when you did that? Now, I know you did a lot of other things, sir, but that's, have we covered the gist of what was involved from the beginning to some of the important evidence that you had your hands in collecting?
Yes.
Last witness.
Let's take a break, okay, ladies and gentlemen? 10, 15 minutes, refresh yourself. We'll bring you back in and pick up where we left off. Thank you. Everyone else remains seated while we exit first.
The prosecutor takes a white sheet, a white paper, covers the camera in the courtroom so the jury can exit and not be caught on camera because this is high tech. A fun note. Yes, everyone use Q-tips on their ears. It's actually not recommended by the manufacturer. They say don't do that, but they're great. What else are you going to use? A toothpick? That would be terrible. Yeah. Anyway, not medical advice, but just got word that my gig this weekend, I now need to order another piano before this weekend. I need 2 pianos. I only have 1.
Thank you.
You just got your legs. You can stretch your leg. We've got 10, 15 minutes for everybody gets to.
Yeah. I just wondered about that, the buccal swab. Why is it? See, it's always confusing to a jury. They think you're swabbing something on your belt.
DNA swab, what should be called?
I think it's the name of the company that came up with those buccal.
Q-tips.
You know, it's not Q-tip. It's buccal or the buccal corporate. It's interesting because it's tricky.
Why is defense attorney?
So I'm going upstairs.
Trevor says.
Why is the defense attorney talking to the witness by himself during the break? What? Oh my goodness. That's a wild little oops. That shouldn't happen. We've got just a couple minutes before we come back. It's a medical term, I believe. Although there is some debate over how it's pronounced, whether it's buccal or buccal. Amish use ear candles, not recommended, but a real thing. I've heard about that. Nilet says, this looks like a clown show. Not going to lie. Everything's a little different. This is a loose courtroom. First of all, there have been no objections. Oh, I think right on cue, we might have if I can plug it in, we might have a spam call. Let's see. Hello? Seriously? You called just to hang up? Let's see. Okay, so I just found out that for this gig that I'm supposed to set up for over the weekend, there are now going to be 2 rooms simultaneously that I need to have equipment set up on. And both of them need pianos set up. So I'm buying another piano. That one looks good. Yay. It's a business expense. Top Mark Media. We do do live event production for churches and corporations and government entities and things like that. So if they have a big meeting and they need a piano, I need a piano. And so I have a piano for that. And then they needed 2 pianos. So we're going to have 2 pianos. Maybe you can get your piano DoorDashed. I'm worried he'd get a ticket on the way to my house. I'm going to have to expedite it, though, so it gets here this week. I've got 3 hours. 3 hours to order it before it shows up on Thursday. Let's see, would it show up on Thursday? Why is it saying free shipping? I don't want the free shipping. I want the fast shipping. Need a piano, the bench, the stool, the foot pedal. I think that's it. Let me mentally think. I think I also need a 1/4 inch to XLR. No, I need a 1/4 inch to 1/8 inch. Need another cable. Always need another cable. All right, Gig sounds like a hippie smoking those left-hand cigarettes. This is JMR. Did he say he's ordering? Yes, I'm ordering another piano. You could have my piano. It needs to not be a heavy piano. That's the thing. I need to be able to move it early in the morning. I get to be there from 6 till 10. I think it starts at 10. I have to be there at bright and early, getting everything set up at a convention center. Never too many cables. Kelly, you were my favorite person today. Thank you very much for being in chat and for saying that. Make sure it has sound. That's what I'm worried. We're doing hand signals down there. What's going on? That's what I'm worried about. The big room, I've already got the piano set up, but I'm switching my sound. Can I nerd out for a second while the judge is gone? The big room, I usually use wireless microphones for the piano and for the podium, the lectern. But I'm going to wire them this time because I bought these little extenders, so I can plug 4 things into it and then just run a 200-foot Ethernet cable, and then I plug the Ethernet cable on the other side, and I've got 4 more outs, so I can just run one cable and have everything connected, and there's no worried about batteries or anything else going dead during the meeting, and that works. I do have to inject some power, so I've got a phantom power injector. So that's what I'm going to do in the main room, but that frees up my wireless for the second room, so I could use a lapel mic wireless for the piano. Maybe. Oh, man. I think they're going to want the lapel mic. Okay, I've got to think this through. I think they wanted a lapel mic in that second meeting room. I also need to get a new soundboard. Yay! Just a cheap one, though. Just a little, well, no, like a 10-channel Behringer. I love these write-offs. Just an analog 10-channel, maybe like a 1204 USB. There we go. It's all just money. So this gig isn't going to make any money because I'm spending it all on equipment for the gig. But all right, ain't that the truth? I ordered more cables last night. JMR, that's wonderful. Someone should rent pianos. I agree. I've checked. They don't have anyone that rents pianos in my area. They rent like school band instruments, and that's it. It's terrible. Nobody wants the older, heavy pianos anymore. No, as a matter of fact, if you go on Facebook, they're practically giving them away. My chat's working. CDJ, I see them. Love Ethernet cable. Add a couple balance, and you can even do analog over them. JMR, tell me more, because I'm running. I need to test this. Is what I need to do. I need to test my mics into my soundboard. Maybe I can use my Rodecaster for the second soundboard, so I don't have to buy another one. What do you guys think? Then I'd have to have wireless into the Rodecaster. I'm not sure if the levels would be right. I might have to take a day off and just set things up. Cables are an investment like Bitcoins. Let's see. I've gotten a fun-sized piano once for free. Then I gave it away. I have picked up. I've helped friends pick up free pianos before. You know, drive 45 minutes to pick up a free piano from somewhere. Not fun. Moving a piano is not fun. There's nothing fun size about moving a piano. Reminds me I need to order a couple of 2x mono 1/4 inch to 1/8 inch. That's what I'm looking for right now. But I'm just going to use, I believe, just a single cable mono. 1/8 inch takes both left and right off the back of the piano into the Sennheiser belt. It's a belt clip, but I just clip it on the back of the piano, the transmitter, and then I can bring the piano in wirelessly. I don't know, but we'll get it figured out. Balanced to unbalanced. A DI box? Are we talking about the same thing? I ran a couple DI boxes that help. Takes the levels down because sometimes I've got mic inputs versus line inputs that I have to worry about. on some of these soundboards that are cheap. Yeah, I'm not that high tech when it comes to my soundboard yet. You need anything electric keyboard? Yes, I need an electric keyboard, but I'm going with the just a cheap one. Well, there's no such thing as a cheap electric keyboard. I need at least 88 keys because that's a full-size piano. Any more would be overkill. Any less would not be enough. And I think I'm going to go with the Yamaha P225, which I liked the P125 better, had better sound on it. And I've got one of those already, but I'm going to go with the Yamaha P225. I've got to get this figured out. I just gave away Yamaha one for free, says Sandy. If only Radio Shack was still everywhere. It's probably a good thing it's not. I would be out of money. I have an 88 key Yamaha keyboard I paid $900 for, I think. That's about what this one's going to run. It's about $1,000.
Go back up.
Plus
Yes. I was wondering why.
All right, all parties are present and the witness is on the witness stand. And Dennis, please bring the jury in. Thank you.
You take it out of my book.
You know, I can't teach you guys anything. It's just y'all don't want to learn, do you? You just want to stay at that existence that you're in. You're not about to learn anything new and understand why we do things and call things the way they are.
Judge, I appreciate you looking that up. I apologize for not saying so. Thank you for learning.
If you only meant that, I would take it to heart.
They don't like to get things easy.
But yeah, you learn. It's something you always learn. And I mean, I bet you no one else in the department knows the answer to it, except you now.
It's the wrong answer.
Bring that up on a meeting and see everybody. Well, it's kind of fidget.
Buccal swab is named that for the buccal mucosa, the inner lining of the cheek, which is where you're swabbed.
Record shall show that the jury is seated in the courtroom. All parties are present and the witness is on the stand. The state may continue.
Judge,
go ahead.
I realize I had passed the witness, but thank you.
Yeah.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 24. Can you identify this item?
As a FedEx Express box. Envelope.
Does it contain some identifying marks so that we can ensure what these items purport to be?
Yes.
Does it have a case number in particular that's assigned by Jefferson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
So explain to the jury why it is that each case gets a case number.
It separates case from other case. Every incident, every call, every report has an assigned case number.
So if I call you out about two dogs fighting, dog fighting case or something of that nature, but it have a particular case number?
So they have a particular case.
So when y'all were called out to the scene, was it assigned a particular case number about the homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was that case number?
22-000788.
Does that appear on State's Exhibit 24?
Yes,
Does your name appear on there?
yes,
And does it purport to be the two bottle swabs that were taken from Chelsea Ship and Cody Arnold?
yes.
What are some other identifying marks on here that you can recognize?
I identify the course of case number of the department, the offense date. If you see on the front here, it says evidence 1322, this thing was sealed. And
Let's stay with that for a moment. This tape here, it's red in color, correct?
it's red in color.
And which department uses that red evidence that
It can be used by anybody. I mean, they use it out on, if they're taking evidence off of the streets or investigations. It could be used with any agency, radio department.
was this initialed by someone that you know?
Yes,
Who was it initialed by?
captains, yeah, about her mission.
And that appears to be SK.
That's it.
And you recognize and know that particular initial, correct?
Yes.
And the date on there is what day?
9/6/2022 and 9/13/2022. What that means is that it was sealed on 6/22, on 9/6/2022. And then what happens is they open the folder to do their business, and then they close it, and they put the closing date on the top and reseal it.
Was that all after timeframes in which you got the search warrant to get the DNA swabs?
Yes.
For those individuals, so the dates match?
Yes.
Do you recognize the Houston Crime Lab, the DPS?
Yes.
You recognize their tape that they use, this green tape, do you recognize that?
I don't know if they use that or not.
Okay. Did you recognize their numbering system?
I recognize the numbering system.
And to your knowledge, is that where we would have sent DNA?
Yes.
That scanning barcode, does it match that case number we've been talking about?
Yes.
It looks like there's two different evidentiary markers, 0087 and 0088,
Yes.
all connected with what you testified to, right?
Yes.
That's what it's.
Yes. Morning again, Deputy. How you doing? If there's a question you don't understand, stop me. I'll try to rephrase it.
Yes.
Okay. You did quite an extensive report in reference to this case, correct?
Yes.
With everything almost 20 pages, correct? You did a lot of things in this. Were you one of the lead investigators at that time?
No.
But you compiled a lot of things in reference to it, correct? And it being the report, the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Y'all were called March 26th of 2022, correct?
Y'all.
And you were one of the first officers out at the scene.
Yes.
There were other officers that were there before you.
That calls corner or the that address.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. When you went, or when you were notified of a possible incident, where did you go?
To Piker Road.
Okay. So you, State's Exhibit number 1. Is that Kiker Road?
No.
Okay, what's at Kiker Road?
Piker Road is Brady Moon.
Okay, so Randy Moon is a witness or somebody that was involved in this case on the initial call, correct?
Yes.
So you went to her residence. Based on that conversation, where did you then proceed?
To call.
Okay, and this location is, which is State's Exhibit number 1?
Calls.
Okay. And this ultimately came to be the Arnold residence, correct?
Yes.
And when you went there, were there any officers there when you went to that location?
Just us, yeah, our criminal investigation division.
Yeah, how many other officers though? Roughly.
Thanks.
Okay, all arrived basically at the same time.
Yes.
You got the call about 7:30 at night. If I'd say told you, okay. And then by the time you got over there, was that about 9 or so, or 8:30, or? Okay.
The time.
You went to the front door, or did someone meet you outside the door?
They met us up, so they come outside.
Okay,
I don't believe there was a knock.
Okay. Do you know whether or not they were anticipating you coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Was both, I guess one of them was Cody, right? And the other one was his father. And have you since learned that his dad had passed?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he's not around, you didn't know that he had passed after this?
Yeah.
Okay. And they were outside? To the best of your recollection.
Oh, he came out. I'm gonna say if anybody was outside, it was Cody, because I remember Mr. Calvin coming out after.
Calvin coming out afterwards, okay? And you don't know whether or not someone had come knocking on the door or he saw the car pull up and then walked out.
I would have to say that maybe Cody Arnold put him out.
Okay. He didn't try to run.
No.
And you advised him why y'all were there. You advised him the circumstances, right?
Yes.
And you asked whether or not you could go in there and take a look around.
Yes.
And he gave consent.
Yes.
You also asked Dad, I guess. I guess Dad showed up there too.
Yes, he's there.
Kind of like, what's going on?
Yes.
And he gave consent too.
Yes.
He didn't say, no, you can't go in there. When you walked in, you testified in reference to the rooms and what it looked like, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Is this what is this now?
That's the living room.
Living room? Looks like somebody was sleeping there.
Yes.
Do you know who was?
I do not know.
Okay. And when you walked into there, did you then proceed to all the bedrooms?
No, just Cody Arnold.
Okay. And I show you State's Exhibit number 12. This is ultimately the bedroom in which Miss Stone was located, correct?
Yes.
Cody Arnold showed you basically where his bedroom was?
Yes, outside after he said she was invited. Asked if we could, go outside. He said yes. He pointed to the one.
Said, here it is. Again, he didn't deny that she was there. Saying, oh, there's no one there. You don't need to search or anything like that.
No, he just said that she went back to buy.
Okay. Well, did you come to find out that she actually had a relative across the street? Did you ever ascertain in an investigation that her grandfather lived across the road from them? And that's how they met? Cool. You went back there and you looked and you finally, you realized that there was a person underneath that black bag, a body. Okay. And then my understanding is that you went out or left the room or determined that she was deceased, left the room, so that you get a search warrant.
No, not me. I left out and told the other detective that was there, hey, there's a body in there, and go ahead and detect. And then we wait on the search warrant.
Okay. Yeah, and that, I guess that's.
I didn't ascertain.
No, but I was saying that you all backed out of the room. Glad you stopped me.
Yes, sir.
And said, okay, we need a search warrant because we think there's a body in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's normal protocol. And with that, you detained both Arnolds, did you not?
Say Mr. Arnold was detained.
Yeah.
Alvin was detained also.
Yeah, you weren't going to let somebody leave when there's a body in their house at that point. You don't know what you had, as Mr. Ham said, very fluid, but what's going on. They didn't try to run away. They didn't try to do anything. They cooperated, right?
Yes.
And they stayed there. There was mention that, did someone at the scene start talking to Cody? Law enforcement, I'm sorry. Did somebody in law enforcement start talking to Cody? Was it you?
On the scene?
Yes.
Was not.
Okay. Do you know if anybody started talking to him?
When we most approached, we all talked. We were there together speaking.
Okay.
And when I came out, I don't know what was said outside when I came out of the house. But I know he was Miranda. I heard him Miranda. I heard him Miranda. They talked to him. I want to say it was Detective Williamson speaking with Cody after the Miranda one.
Okay. So you heard a Miranda warning, which is customary.
Customary.
And when did y'all find out that there was another person possibly involved in this murder?
That night right there.
Right there.
Right there, right then.
Right then and there. And it was from Cody, right? That gave a name. And that would have been Chelsea Ship? Oh. One of the things I want to go over, once you got the search warrant, and I guess you had to find a judge to sign it, it was several hours later that when you all went in, right?
Yes.
You got your team together, the ID tech, everybody to go in and do what you normally do in reference to these types of cases.
Yes.
Somebody went down and took Cody down, and I guess his father down to the police station, the sheriff's department,
Yes.
and they talked.
Yes.
Okay. As you see in State's Exhibit number 12 right now, and the other pictures, it appears that the stone is on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And we saw pictures of it, and it looks like that's basically where she was shot, right?
Yes.
Laying down, right?
Yes.
And probably laying right there at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Doesn't look like anything was disturbed.
No.
Did it appear to you when they started going through? And I show you State's Exhibit number 17, which is a little bit somebody had taken off the trash bag off of her body. But it appears that she might possibly have been sleeping or something at the time.
When the ID text, crime scene goes in there, and we don't go in there.
Right.
They're in there by themselves. We stay out. We don't want to disturb anything. What was your question?
Doesn't seem like anything was disturbed.
No.
And I want to talk about that a little bit, Deputy. This now is, did you ascertain that possibly the shooting happened sometime earlier that afternoon or the day somewhere around?
I think the day prior.
in the afternoon.
Yes,
And so this was over 24 hours after.
yes.
Okay. And after 24 hours in the bedroom, you didn't see anywhere where, for instance, the body was, Miss Stone, okay, I'm not trying, was shot somewhere else and then the body put there. Or that she was drug off the floor or anything. There wasn't any blood or anything that you saw on the floor. It was all concentrated right there. So for over 24 hours, no one basically ever moved her. Would you agree with me? What appeared.
Yeah, nobody.
Okay. You do see a trash can there, right?
Yeah.
But was there anything in the trash can? So there wasn't, okay, so there wasn't anything where they were trying to get rid of sheets, towels, anything, clothing, that you could see from that trash can? Do you know whether or not any trash bags were recovered that had evidence in it? To the best of your recollection. Nothing like that. Or how about, and I believe it was carpet, right? On there. It looked like carpet? Okay. Is there anything there that said there were any cleaners? You know, sometimes you hear about people trying to clean things with Clorox or something else. Nothing like that.
No.
So did it appear to you that whoever was there up until the time you all discovered, they really didn't do anything with Miss Stone's remains? Just left her there. In fact, there's evidence that said not only was she left there, it appears she probably wasn't even touched, correct? You probably wonder, what's my question is, right?
I can tell you.
Okay. And my question pertains to, Deputy, that you testified that on the bed, and you see the number 3, this is kind of a close-up, which is 21, which is a pillow, right?
Yes,
And she would have been positioned somewhere around in here, right?
You know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, well, here is her, right?
Right.
Here's 3. Here's 3. It looks like she may not be there anymore, or is she still there? You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, but it's right around where she was positioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the bullet shell is still on the pillowcase,
Yes.
which means pillowcase probably wasn't even moved, the pillow. It was there. Right?
Right.
And this is just, this is State's Exhibit number 22, which is a close-up. And you also mentioned too that there was a primer or something also there?
I was telling the jury that I was explaining what an empty shell casing was.
Okay.
And on the back of that thing is a primer, which the other kids love.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask. If this wasn't a shotgun shell where there's usually a different primer or plugs or anything inside, this is just a, well, okay. But that's where you discover the shell too, right?
Yes.
Right next to her. Okay. At the scene, you realize that there was another individual by the name of Chelsea Ship, correct? In fact, you got her name when you first went and talked to, who was it on Kiker Road?
Brandy Moon.
Brandy Moon. That's when Ship's name came up, correct?
Yes.
You tried to locate Miss Ship.
Yes.
And during your investigation, did you talk to several people that had contact with Miss Ship?
Yes.
And how did you come about finding these people?
don't even remember the,
Did they come forward or were they?
located. Well, yes, Brandon Boone told me that Chelsea was with the Stony Yard Snow. And then from there,
Well, you can't say what other people said, but that's hearsay. But through the investigation. And you went and talked to other people. For instance, there was a Mr. Bertrand. Is that right?
yes,
Who was it? You said was an ex-boyfriend.
yes.
What did you receive from Mr. Bertrand, if anything, in reference to evidence?
Nothing from him.
Okay. Was there information provided that led to something, to a recovery of something?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that? Was it the firearm that was used in this incident?
yes.
Okay. So we'll probably see that later on. You got that from, or where was that received from? Do you remember?
That information was interviewed Stony Yard Snow.
Okay.
Told me that
Can't say what they said. Okay.
led to another person.
That you received the firearm from.
Correct.
And through your investigation, did that person, do you know, through your investigation, did that firearm come from Ship?
I interviewed him. Yes.
Okay. Kind of traded hands, didn't it? Get rid of the firearm. Did any of that with reference to the firearm have to do with Cody?
No.
Chelsea Ship was kind of difficult to locate. Would you agree?
Difficult.
She didn't call up and say, "Here I am." Right?
No, she did not.
She didn't stay at the scene like Cody did. And this is 30 something hours almost later, right?
Yes.
In fact, she was doing things to try to avoid detection, was she not?
Yes.
Where did you find her?
Where?
Yeah. Williamson County? Williamson County? Is that up by Austin?
I don't even know the name of the city. Starts with an L. That's all right. Well, yeah.
Williamson County. Yeah. Well, not an F, right? How about Liberty Hill?
Liberty.
Right.
Yeah.
In Liberty Hill, that's up by Austin, isn't that? Okay. And you went up there, right? And when you went up there through your investigation, whose vehicle did she have? And did she try to disguise that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Well, how about changing license plates?
Yes.
And people change license plates because of nowadays, and back then, they had plate readers just beginning to be used, right?
Yes.
And you would change the keys on license plates. You would agree with me? And you found stolen license plates, or not her license plates on that vehicle. So she must have changed it.
Yes.
Another way people try to avoid detection is changing the way they look.
Yes.
And did you determine whether or not she was trying to change the way she looked?
Yes.
And did she cut her hair short?
Yes.
And did she color her hair? Did she try to do anything else?
Okay.
Okay. But even up in Williamson County, Liberty Hill, she didn't call the police saying, "Hey, I need to talk to somebody. I think I'm wanted and I want to come clean." You and another detective, deputy went up there to interview her, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for one of the rescue.
Arrest warrant, but you went up there and talked to her. And you got to, in an interview room, right?
Yes.
You read her Miranda rights. And did she talk to you all?
No.
She lawyered up, right?
Yes.
I want an attorney. After that date, do you know if she ever went?
Hold on. There was a question. I want an attorney, and there was no answer.
Oh, I think he said yes.
Yes.
There's no answer in the record here.
Okay. Yeah. And so you stop talking. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. At any time after that date, did she come in and talk to you?
No.
Did you give her the opportunity when she was extradited back to Jefferson County to come in and talk? Do you remember that or do not?
I don't remember if he tried again.
During this time frame of the investigation, and we're talking now almost 4 years, in your involvement, did she ever come and say, hey, I want to talk to y'all and tell you my side?
No.
In contrast, you placed Cody Arnold in jail, right?
Yes.
And at some later date, did he contact your department to come in and talk?
Yes.
And he voluntarily came in?
Yes.
And again, was warned he had a right to an attorney, but still talk to y'all?
Yes.
I want to talk about cell phones. Some cell phones were taken into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not at the scene or whether or not on Cody's person, did he have a cell phone at the night of this incident? Did you?
I wouldn't know. I didn't collect the cell phone.
Okay, but there was nothing that you know of that a cell phone was taken off his person?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Ship had a cell phone?
No.
Okay. Was there a cell phone ever recovered anywhere?
Yes, we recovered one from her the day. Yeah, we did. We recovered one from her the night we took her
into custody.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that was Cody Arnold's cell phone or was that hers? Was hers?
Defense is asking a lot of questions, but hasn't shifted the blame at all, just shown that Cody cooperated.
Just have a second, Judge.
I think I just heard someone climbing on my roof. Heard a ladder. So the possible motive here, Cody was 21.
Were you part
16.
of the investigators that put together the probable cause affidavit? Was it based on your information or everyone's information when the probable cause affidavit for the arrest was prepared?
Oh,
yes. It was? You would agree with me that your memory is probably fresher 4 years ago than it is today in reference to facts and circumstances, right? And I'm not saying picking you out individually, but that's common with most people.
yes.
Even knowing what you did last week sometimes, right? Right. You would agree with me through your training in law enforcement that one of the things that taught is to make sure you make good notes, write down, because you get into these types of situations 4 years from now, and you got to try to remember facts and circumstances, right?
Yes.
And it refreshes your memory. In the probable cause affidavit to arrest Cody Arnold, did you say that his involvement was to possibly obtain a vehicle for potential transport of the body?
I gotta object to that, the nature of that question, as I understand, he wasn't the author of the probable cause.
So what your objection then is?
As to his wording, he's implying that this witness wrote the probable cause affidavit.
I thought,
I misheard him, that's what I heard.
I thought he said that in reference to Cody Arnold, you were part of.
I didn't do a probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, based on what at the time of his arrest, did it appear that he had something to do with possibly getting a vehicle to transport the body? Did he have, or based on your investigation, did he attempt to conceal the body?
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about that a little bit, okay? What you said was concealment is, and this is State's Exhibit number 14, was that possibly he put a trash bag over her body, right? And technically, I guess that's concealment, right?
Yes.
But he didn't remove the body, correct, Ms. Stone? Didn't put her up there and do anything like try to dismember her or anything like that, right? He just covered up her head area or whatever was exposed from the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you talked about, or they talked about concealment, right? Yes. Okay. But nothing else, like he never tried to move the body in a vehicle or a truck or anything like that. Through your investigation.
Yeah, no intent.
Didn't do anything except place a trash bag over. Right.
So this is live right
And
now.
of course, the other thing he failed to do was to call the police saying, look what happened. Right?
Right. Yes.
During your questioning, or may not be questioning, but there was reference. I could just get back to my notes. Did you have an opportunity to go on Ms. Stone's Facebook?
Yes.
And in that Facebook, did you see Cody Arnold's name?
Yes.
Did you see a lot of other people's names on there?
Yes.
Did you see Kelsey Ships?
No.
And in there, in your investigation, did you then, did it talk about or did it mention that she might be expecting?
Yes.
So Ms. Stone was, we assume it was her Facebook, was talking about possibly having a child.
Yes.
Nothing derogatory about that. And Cody was part of that because he was part of the friend group or whatever it was on Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And possibly the father.
Do you remember how long those conversations had gone on for? And my question being is trying to ascertain how long she knew that she was possibly expecting.
No, I don't. I some weeks.
And When Cody was interviewed, were you there?
On the scene?
No, or at the station?
No, I.
Okay, you weren't there. Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge that this was done because Ms. Stone was possibly pregnant and he needed to get rid of a problem?
No.
Never heard anything about that at all?
No.
You did know that they were living together? Do you know how long they had been living together? Month? Was there any information that you ascertained between Ms. Stone and Chip? Was there any type of problems or jealousy or anything in between the two of them that you, through your investigation, uncovered?
No.
I have May, somewhere around May of, well, I know it isn't 2002. I guess it was 22. That's indicated on your report. After May 19th, did you have anything else to do with this case once you've completed your report?
I think the judge has fallen asleep.
After, I know I interviewed him one more. I was involved in one interview with Cody. Later on.
Okay, well, I thought that you weren't there in reference to interview. So you weren't there the night, the initial night.
Yeah, the initial one.
He came back, asked, called from the jail or contacted somebody from the jail, came back and talked to somebody voluntarily. You weren't part of that, right?
Yes.
That you were part of that?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did he say that he shot her?
No.
No indication is that he did do the shooting, is there?
No.
Did he say that he had to take care of a problem because she was 16 and he was 21 and she was expecting? Anything like that? Did you ever ask why he didn't run?
No, I think so.
After you talked to Cody the second time, or could there have been a third time too? Not sure. Okay. Did you have anything else to deputy in reference to this? You just kind of wrapped it up and that was it. And who else did you interview in reference to witnesses?
Tony Arsenault, Skipper Bertrand, one more.
Subject to recall, I passed the witness.
Any more redirect? Yes.
Next exhibit 1, this 14-925 Coles Court. Is that located within Jefferson County within the state of Texas? So this murder that we've been talking about, that all occurred within Jefferson County within the state of Texas.
Yes.
Right? So one of the things on cross-examination is that Mr. Burbank asked I counted 3 different times about whether or not Cody Arnold ran from you guys when you showed up that day on March 27th, 2022. Remember that?
Yes. He did not run.
How realistic is that once you all are there and you showed up after working the initial scene at Kiker, that somebody could have ran from that location once you showed up? They could have.
They could have. That was the wrong answer.
And he chose not to. Right? When he steps, who all is present? How many? I'm trying to gather the law enforcement presence. Is what I'm getting to.
No,
Yes, that's him.
Captain Malvino, Major Chadney, Detective Staggs, Detective Dixon.
Cody looks like this. This is with more hair.
Wait, 6.
Cody.
So 6 different detectives are present. So if someone had chose to run, they would have had to have seen that and made a decision they're going to try to get away from those individuals.
Yes.
Right?
Outrun 6
So
people.
whenever you, let's go to initially the approach.
Yes.
Looking at page 1 of your report, and don't read it out loud, I've highlighted portion red. You were asked a question about the consent to search. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Someone asked where Caitlin Stone was, right? And you got a response from Mr. Arnold, Cody Arnold.
Yes.
What was that response?
She went to bottom.
State's Exhibit 1, is that inviter?
No.
So when officers initially asked Cody Arnold where Caitlin Stone was, his response was Viter.
Yes.
That wasn't true, was it?
No.
And you got that answer before you actually went in to verify yourself, right? And you were working with information that Brandy Moon had said that what Chelsea Shipp said about the shooting and the homicide, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you all determine whether or not Cody Arnold had his own vehicle?
No. Yeah.
All right. So you did an investigation, and it was determined he did not have his own means of transportation. So he would have had to use other people's vehicles, right? Versus Ms. Shipp actually had a vehicle, correct? And you guys were, I'm going to say y'all were very thorough with everything that you did.
Yes.
You were asked something by Mr. Burbank, and it says Exhibit 12. He left her there, was what I wrote down. You remember that?
Yes.
So based on your training and experience, all those years that we've been talking about, you've been doing this job, what impression were you left with when you saw that scene?
I'll do something.
No doubt about that in your mind. Because you were questioned about, I don't know, cleaners, whether or not there were other towels. Remember all that? And I remember when Mr. Burbank asked you that question, you looking up at that picture and just shaking your head. Did I see that right? No, yeah. It still kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Ever seen a scene like this before?
No, not like this.
It's unique in itself, is it not? So what conclusion did you reach about this trash can sitting here in its location? These trash bags here, this trash bag over this body in Cody Arnold's bed.
And going, I get rid of the evidence.
That was a natural inference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't seem like a far stretch, did it?
No.
So when you were involved in questioning him, I remember you determined how many hours that Caitlin sat there. Do you remember? Does that bother you today as we talk about that?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell the jury why it bothers you.
Kid. Yeah, kid.
Laying there, nobody doing anything about it, right? I'm not trying to get an emotional response from you, but I see that that's happening. It still bothers you today, doesn't it? When you talked with Mr. Arnold and you were involved in that second interview, did he get upset like you are?
You got so upset.
How about the night of, whenever he had originally told you that she was invited and clearly she wasn't? What was his reaction?
Reaction.
With your training and experience, how did you react to that once you found out all this, deputy, excuse me?
I was irritated, a little upset, man.
It's okay to be emotional, and you got that way, right? Still today. All right, so let's move on from there, because you all did a lot of work on this case, right? This is what we see on that Sunday when you all are at the scene, March 27th of 2022, right?
Yes.
Am I right that the time frame in which y'all located Miss Ship was in fact March 31st of 2022?
Yes.
Just to make sure you're on the same page with me, I'm going to show you page 7 of your report. Remember, you were struggling with remembering the city. You knew she was in Williamson County. We talked about how y'all went up there on an arrest warrant. You got her in Liberty Hill, do you remember? And Mr. Burbank pointed out that she ran, she got away from here, she changed her appearance, she put on a fake license plate. Remember all that? And she didn't have anything to say to you guys for that I think it's 4.5 hour drive back.
No, we didn't bring her back. Weren't bring her back. She didn't say anything.
Right. So there she didn't say anything to you guys, and she was brought back here to Jefferson County, right?
Yes.
She went into Jefferson County Jail,
Yes.
where she stayed, and she's been in custody ever since, right?
Yes.
After her arrest, you got a note showing you page 8. April 1st, certainly wasn't April Fool's Day, but that's when you got contacted by Cody Arnold that he wanted to visit with you guys a second time, right?
Yes.
This is clearly after Miss Ship gets into custody.
Well, yes.
And he reached out and said he wanted to visit with you guys again.
Yes.
And that was that second interview that you were actually involved in,
Yes.
along with Deputy Williamson. So he didn't voluntarily come in. He reached out and said he wanted to talk to you guys.
Yes.
The timing of is after she was arrested and brought to the same jail.
Yes.
How long? You're familiar with that jail, right?
Yes.
Would it be a far stretch of imagination that if somebody is brought in that's a co-defendant on your case, that you would know it if you were in jail?
It travels fast there.
Tell the jury how that word travels fast.
You know, you got the news, number one, they watch the news. It could be somebody that somebody knows that sees a person come to book in, they go back to the dorm and say, hey, guess who I saw? So a bunch of packline in there. It gets around really, really fast.
So did you put anything into it that he reached out after she was arrested? She being Chelsea Ship?
What?
Did you put anything into it from an evidentiary standpoint, an investigator standpoint? Did you read anything into it that it was after Chelsea Ship got arrested that Mr. Arnold decided he wanted to talk to you again?
You have to rephrase your question.
The witness doesn't know what you're getting at.
I'm sorry, Dave. From your investigative standpoint, your training and experience, did you infer anything by the fact that Mr. Arnold reached out after Chelsea Ship was in custody? No, it's just something that happened in the timeline. Thanks. Okay.
That was also the wrong answer, not what he was looking for.
Now, while all these investigations are going on, you're learning about what other officers are doing, and some of that stuff appears in your reports, does it not?
Yeah.
But you didn't have firsthand knowledge about those things, did you? No. Throughout this investigation, did anybody ever think that Mr. Arnold was the person responsible for pulling the trigger? Has it always been believed that Chelsea Ship was the one that shot the 16-year-old Kathleen Stone?
Yes.
Did we all believe that that was while she was asleep in his house?
Yes.
Hang on.
Were you aware that she was telling people that excuse me, Judge, thank you. Were you aware that it was reported that Chelsea Ship was telling people that she killed Caitlin Stone because of conversations she had with Cody Arnold?
Yes.
Were you aware that they had further conversations about
Object to the leading nature of the questions?
really responding to false, Judge?
Hold on.
And also hearsay.
Okay. The objection is for a leading question. A leading question is something that suggests the answer. Strangely enough, the way we wrote the rules of evidence, you are allowed on cross-examination to question with leading, isn't it true that, and didn't it is suggesting the answers, and then the answers, yes, no. On direct, however, the way the rules were written by our committee, direct examination, you're not allowed to lead, except if there's a child who's a witness that needs some help and guidance in questions and answers because of the intimidation atmosphere of a witness in the witness box. So the questions from the state of its witness, if it's did something happen, that is not a leading question. It's not suggesting the answer because the answer could be yes or no. Didn't it happen this way is a suggestion of an answer, and that would be inappropriate for direct. And we were always trained in law as litigants that when you're on cross-examination, routinely ask questions in a leading way. And that is the best way to do your job on cross-examination, but it's not allowed on direct except in certain instances. The question did not suggest the answer. It called for a yes or no. So your objection leading is overruled. Your other objection, hearsay response.
Judge, I'm gonna reword the question.
Okay, yeah, sustained.
Were y'all investigating whether or not there was a conspiracy between these two individuals to kill Caitlin Stone?
Yes.
Was that based upon information that was being obtained by other officers,
Yes.
including, did it include statements that were being provided by Chelsea Ship to others?
Yes.
And did that lead you to believe that Mr. Arnold knew what was going to happen that night?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
I'm sorry, the answer is no.
Did Cody Arnold know what was?
Did that lead you to believe that Mr. Arnold knew what was going to happen that night? Do you know the answer to that question as it's asked?
I don't.
Okay, you don't know that answer?
No.
Okay. You know that investigators were trying to determine whether or not he knew, right?
Yes.
And they were talking to multiple witnesses about that. And you know what evidence you saw that night, right?
Yes.
What conclusion did you draw from the scene that you saw?
After being in the interview with Cody, and looking at the scene, reason why the trash can was there.
Right. You actually asked him those questions, right? And you did that on that second interview that followed at his request, right?
Yes.
What did he say?
Said he was trying to get rid of her. That he just couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it.
So you actually went over the events that we've been talking about?
And went up.
Questioned him about all those things? Yes?
Yes.
Showed some of the emotion actually that the jury saw with you today about him leaving her in that room for as long as he did.
Yes.
Questioned him about that? Yes? And you asked him specifically about that trash can. What did he say?
He said that he was going to put her in a trash can and try to get her out of there, but he couldn't do it.
Did he tell you whether or not the two of them, him and Chelsea Ship, went to Stoney's house?
Yes.
What was that in connection to?
He told me that Ship called him or told him that they could use the backhoe to bury the body.
That was supposed to be from Stoney's house, right?
Yes.
Whoa.
And did y'all confront Mr. Arnold about whether or not he was actually having a romantic relationship with both girls?
Yes.
What was his response to that?
He told me that. Dating relationship with Chelsea.
He was adamant about that.
He was adamant about that.
But you talked with him about whether or not she was pregnant, right? Remember that?
I don't know if I don't know if I asked him that question about her being pregnant.
Okay. You remember that being a part of the investigation?
Part of the investigation. Later, I was doing other stuff.
Right. Do you know whether or not she actually was?
I do not.
No further questions, Judge.
Just a couple, Judge. Deputy Miss Stone was 16. Cody was 21. Kids, right?
No.
No?
It's 21 is not old.
Not a young kid? Not a young person? 21? Don't you wish you were 21 again?
Sometimes.
Okay. And he didn't run after 30 hours, did he? Just like the other person did. Ship, right? He stayed there, right?
He stayed.
And they were going to do something, or he had to do something with Miss Stone, right? I mean, she was lying in his bed, right? Their bed.
Yeah.
Because they were living together, right? And just common sense says something has to be done, right? She just can't stay there. right? Okay, and moving a corpse is tampering with a corpse with a criminal offense, right?
Yes.
That's not murder, right?
It's not one.
And he was forthright in saying that he had to do something with it, not just leave her there, right? But he couldn't bring himself to do it, right? And now let's talk about the saying she was invited. You all pulled up at the house. Cody Arnold came out, right? Or was outside. Hey, we're looking for Miss Stone, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she went to Viter. Right? And you know that wasn't right. But did he say, after you asked, can we go inside to look? Can we go inside to make sure she's not there? He said, okay, didn't he? He didn't say, no, get a warrant, get off my property until you have authority to come in here. Didn't say that, did he?
No.
No. And he had 30 hours to know that if he was going to run, like Miss Ship did, he wasn't going to be waiting around there, right? Well, in fact, did you see bags packed of Cody's that he was going somewhere? No indication that he was going to take off at all. No. In fact, he didn't even have a car. There were some questions that was asked in reference to vehicles, or might be. Through your information, did Chip have a convertible? I mean, a sedan?
No.
What did she have?
She had a truck.
She had a truck. A truck has a bed in the back.
Yes.
A bed of a truck you could put things in. Through your investigation, did you come to find out she traded out her vehicle just prior to this with somebody else?
Yes, that's how this all got started.
Traded her truck for a sedan?
She swapped vehicles,
Well,
not traded. It's
yeah.
Hey, can I borrow your vehicle?
Right.
Yeah.
A sedan.
I said, hey,
Wouldn't it have been easier to get rid of a body in a truck than a sedan? Through your experience?
either or would work.
Yeah, I mean, throw somebody or something in.
Throwing back that damn truck.
Yeah, throw it back a truck and go for it. You got the truck, right?
Yeah.
And the information in reference to what to do with Miss Stone that you uncovered through your investigation, all these conversations of either help me or what can we do to dispose of the body came after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't beforehand premeditated of after we shoot, then we're going to do ABC.
Right.
It was afterwards of, I don't know what to do. Right?
Right.
Thank you, Deputy. Again, subject to recall, Your Honor.
Teresa, yes, that's correct.
I believe only one question. Wait. What crime is it when a 21-year-old adult has sex with a 16-year-old?
Sexual assault of a child.
And what degree classification is that? Is that because a 16-year-old cannot give consent? Tell them what consent means.
Consent is agreeing to perform a sexual act. Can't at 16 years old, you cannot legally give consent.
Legally, when can you do that?
17.
So when you learn that someone is having sex as an adult with a 16-year-old, is that always going to be a crime?
So even if the 16-year-old said is hey, I wanted to do it, still a crime.
And in this case, was Ms. Stone around to give those kind of statements one way or the other? That's witness.
And so I guess you also filed a charge of sexual assault of a child, correct?
I did not.
Do you know of any charges of that?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Declan.
Anything else?
No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're breaking. Can all of you return back in about 1:45? Gives you a little over an hour.
Okay, it's lunchtime.
It's about 12:30 now. Please remember the instructions the course given to you. We'll see you back then. Thank you. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first, please.
What does this say? It's upside down and backwards. Can somebody interpret the little white paper, the hieroglyphics? I don't even know what that means. All right. Thank you. I got to send your birthday card today. Wonderful. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to go to
We're
lunch.
going to recess.
We're going to recess. And with that, kills the live stream. We're going to go to lunch, and then we're going to come back. And he said about an hour. I don't know. We'll try to figure it out. What is it about? This is a murder trial we just stumbled upon. We were court hopping today. Court hopping is where we jump around from little trials around the country and sort of see what's going on in the world of minor true crime. Not minors like underage, but apparently it resulted that way a little bit. But we jump around to just see how some of our favorite judges from around the country are doing as they're holding court, just day in and day out, regular old docket work. And stumbled across this court case, which just began today. It is a jury trial. It is a murder trial with the defendant charged with shooting and killing his live-in underage girlfriend, presumably because she was pregnant, and her going forward with the pregnancy would reveal that he was in fact breaking the law statutorily, as the officer explained. It doesn't seem like it's going to take long. I think it's going to be a two-day trial, which might just be perfect as we sort of take just a little breather between big trials, and hopefully have another big one here very soon. So we have hopped into this judge's courtroom before, but I don't think I've ever seen. This is our first jury trial, and I'm not even sure if I'll be able to find his courtroom after lunch. So RA mods, I need you guys to help me get back to that courtroom after lunch. So we're going to take a lunch break. I know I have to go to the post office. I've been getting notices that I need to go there, or else they're going to send something back, and I don't want that to happen. So what did the co-defendant do in the murder? Well, she participated in some way. And as a co-defendant, participating in some way makes you guilty all the way. But she also took a plea deal, and she got sentenced to 40 years. So we'll see if she testifies in trial or not. This is Supermods to the rescue. Judge John Stevens, thank you. My brain is fried. I'm stressed about my gig this weekend as I'm trying to put together everything I need mentally to set up 2 corporate presentation rooms simultaneously, and I've got an hour and 32 minutes to place my order, and I'll be here on Thursday, so I've got to do that on lunch as well. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. When was it? In an hour? 2:30 Eastern time. Red Pen, thank you. I've actually updated this live stream with that image. I think it's great. I love it. See, I was on it, like Blue Bonnet. Thank you all for the kind words. We're going to see you guys after lunch. Get yourself some lunch. Get a little rest. This is our little break trial between the big trials. We'll be back to another big one in just a little bit. So hang with us. Can't wait to get started. And I don't think we're going to Afro Man. I don't think we can do Afro Man. It's got a music video in it. It's like copyright strike written all over the thing. So I don't think we can do that. As outlandish as that trial is, appreciate it. Guys, we'll see you after lunch. Have a good one. Bye-bye.